watching the long-awaited sequel to Power Vacuum. The long-awaited sequel to House/Castle Flipper. Hello. We are washing powerfully today. We are enjoying ourselves today very nicely. That is the plan. How's everybody doing today? Ah. Sorry, typing something in the Discord. Hello! Did I hear or see on Twitter that Idris Elba will be the voice of Knuckles for Sonic 2? What? Whoa, okay, I guess we're just getting... Wasn't Idris Elba like voted the sexiest man alive a bunch of times? Didn't people want him to be like Superman or something, and instead we get Knuckles from Sonic? I mean, I guess if that's all we got, I'll take it, but... Oh, you think he was just joking? That's hilarious. They wanted Elba as James Bond. They should have gone for him with James Bond. Yeah, we did want him to be all those things. Fragilities, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. You just woke up and it's raining? Oh, that sounds lovely. We've had a bit of a drought in the Pacific Northwest. Even though I live in Seattle, it hasn't rained in Seattle for like the longest period in history on record. So send some of that rain our way. Or maybe don't, maybe you guys need it more. Knuckles is sexiest echidna alive, so it tracks. I mean, I can't argue with you there. I can't say that I've met a sexier echidna in my time.
I'll support you.
Designing a contraption to help automate it. I'm very curious about what in the world your secret project is, or maybe are at this point. Secret projects are at this point. Hey, Cobalt Custard, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. I hope everybody is well today too. I hope you're doing well. I hope, so I turned on Powerwash Simulator. I played it briefly just to make sure that it wasn't gonna give me a migraine, because I read a review on Steam that somebody was like, it gives me headaches, and so I checked. I don't think it'll do that. I am very curious about how long it will keep our attention, but I guess we'll find out through experimentation. Let me tell you, if I had a real power washer, I'd be outside cleaning things maybe all the time, but maybe not, because I don't know where I'd get the water from, and I'm pretty sure I'd have to pay it, and I can't just like steal other people's water, so don't know how you'd do that part. Oh, hey! Thank you for following me, Sonic Joe. I occasionally post, like, collaborations that I've done with other people, interviews and stuff there. Pretty sure it was confirmed? That's wild. Well, you know what? Good. I think we deserve that as, like, a species. I think we deserve, you know, just because... I mean, I heard the Sonic movie actually did really well, so there you go. Boy, Idris Elba sure sounds so #relatable. It's a chill stream kind of day. You know, it might be a chill stream kind of day. I mean, we'll see. For me, I feel, because here's the thing, I think in the other game, Wildermyth, which sounds super cool, and I was looking at it, and I'm pretty hyped to play it, but the only thing is that, like, you know, we're gonna have to have people who could potentially die, and I'm not sure I'm in the emotional space for that right now. I might just be in the emotional space to see things get clean and talk about pleasantness in the world. I think that might be where I'm at today. Yeah, you're excited too. It's, you know what? Be excited. That's the kind of energy that we want right now. I'm just like, I love the idea. I think that if Idris Elba couldn't be Bond and can't be Superman, and we can't get him into any of the other cool stuff, then he might as well be Knuckles and just be enshrined in gamer history. I think that that's, you know, I think that that's a kind of kindness. I mean, that didn't tell us anything that we didn't already know. So you shouldn't talk at all, huh? No. You guys, we can talk as normal. Don't worry. Although, I don't know. I mean, I guess that's what chill streams are. Chill streams are generally a little bit more of a focus on the chat and on talking. So that's like my news. The things I have to talk about are also kind of like, Mostly, Knuckles is better than Superman and Bond anyways. I've never watched a James Bond movie, and I can't say that I've been impressed with the Superman movies that I've watched because first of all, Superman is the most boring character in the Justice League, from what I've witnessed. Second of all, the Superman movies were just very boring. At least the ones, I think I've only seen 2. I don't super remember. The second time I watched for Wonder Woman, I watched the like Batman versus Superman one. That one made me really angry because I really did not like how they handled Batman and his PTSD in that one. So we'll see. Wait, Idris Elba couldn't be Bond? Like, he may be a bit too British for Superman, but Bond? I think that, well, no, I mean, we know why. We know why he couldn't be. I know that there were a lot of, like, arguments at the time, but, you know, it's like when people are like, oh, we can't put, black people in our medieval European game because black people didn't exist in Europe at the time, and I'm like, yeah, they did. They did exist. They did exist at the time. They were a small fraction of the population, but they were there. You know, it's like that kind of justification where it's like, like, at first glance, this justification appears correct, but if you do more research, it is not correct and also racist. So I feel like that's why Elba couldn't be Bond. You love Superman and agree that some of the Superman movies have been boring, but there is absolutely no need to watch British imperialist propaganda in the form of Bond films. I mean, I got no idea. I've never watched them. So I have no real strong opinions on James Bond aside from, like, having the general impression that, like, I might not like him if I met him in real life. I mean, I don't know. There's, like, 20 Bonds. I don't know. I don't know anything about James Bond. I don't know. Henry Cavill is worth watching, especially in a Superman suit. But yeah, not great. I know, right? I've, like... Henry Cavill is, I mean, I don't know anything about the guy, but he sure is a good looking. So you know, I'm not against him being in movies. I mean, it's not like he had anything really to work with in the Superman movies, huh? They were just like, why don't you stand around and look kind of troubled? And they gave him and Lois Lane a romance and then like didn't let them be happy about the romance at any point in the movies. Did you guys notice that? There's not like a cute, like, you know, like, I feel like in old superhero movies, we would have, like, the A plot, which was, like, all the action-packed stuff, and then we would have the B plot, where we see basically a rom-com happen, and that was because they wanted to get both, men and women in seats, and as we all know, men like punch hard things, and women like love sweet kisses, so, so that's why they did it, but, like, now, like, oh, man, there's nothing in it. It's just like, even the action is kind of like sad. It's like demoralizing action, so I don't even know. Othello says hi. Cause he was blonde. Oh, blonde. Oh, God. Oh, good Lord, a blonde Bond. Oh, what is the world coming to? Oh, my. I'm back and I brought the power. Superman, that's what's so funny about. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand from having dated one person who was like really into superheroes, the fun of Superman is not really like himself. Like with Batman, the fun of Batman, like there's so much to do with Batman, right? There's him as a person, there's his relationship with the villains, there's like his philosophy, there's all that. With Superman, from what I understand, his stories are usually interesting because of the philosophies of, like, you know, what Superman represents and what that means, and like, what if we put what he represents into situations where like you can't have it both ways and all that kind of thing. But I've just like never been invested in Superman as like a person. Those people are fools. I agree, Smee. Hey, Poopa Magoo. Cavill is a huge dork. Because he was in the middle of an MMO raid. He seems a little bit like that. He seems a little bit that way. I do love, I've seen a couple of those videos online that are like, celebrity tells you what their day is, and it's like, oh, I wake up at 10 a.m. And I've seen a couple of one of the guys, the guy who played the villain in Black Panther, I'm not remembering his name, but he like talked about his day, and he's just a total, like, he was like, I like anime, like, he's just like totally, he would fit in here with us, I think. Everything is dark now. I'm waiting for us to turn past that, right? Because like everything was dark because like, I don't know, everybody thought, we're all too upset for happy movies. And I'm waiting for us to get to the shift where everybody's like, well, everyone's sad, so maybe let's try making some happy movies. And like, I'm waiting for that. And it still, I mean, I guess I haven't seen a new movie in a really long time because they've all been bad. So I don't know if we've started that shift yet, but I'm waiting. I would like it. Let's get a move on with that. The new guy, there's a new person playing. Okay. His own 40K minis. Oh, he's also a Witcher game. What a nerd. In every Batman movie, they make him use a gun now. Yeah, that doesn't make any sense for him as a person. No, just no. Superman could just spit on the car fast to power wash it. Yeah, Michael B. Jordan, that was it. So he's like a huge anime nerd, and he likes to game, and he likes to go to art galleries and hang out with his friends, and that's what he does on his off days, which, I mean, yeah, power to you. If I was independently wealthy, same probably, I don't know, I don't know. He's an all-powerful being, but he uses his power to help people. It's why you're not a fan of Superman turned evil stories. Yeah, I see that. I mean, I'm just not a fan of, like... I'm not a fan of edginess in general. Like, I really don't like edgy things. I'm like, how immature. Because, like, there's a difference between, you know, dark things that were, you know, dark stories, I guess, and... dealing with heavy subjects, and edginess to me. I feel like edginess is its own thing. Edginess is like, look how cool I am for this trauma something in some way. And I'm just really not a fan of that. And I feel like so many movies are really edgy now, and they're not so much like dark because they want to talk about heavy topics. They're dark because they like, ooh, edgy, cool, leather, sexy, like, you know. I don't even know if we're leading with the sexiness anymore. It's just mostly sad. Maybe I'm thinking too strongly of just the Superman movies, because those were just really bummers. I do love Captain America as far as the Marvel movies have introduced him to me. I like Captain America, but I haven't kept up with the Marvel movies, so I don't even know. Still interested in The Witcher 3? Yeah, I am still interested in The Witcher 3. I would like to play it. Dark, realistic. Yeah, a million air quotes around realistic, because what exactly are we talking about with realistic? You know what I mean? Ooh, realistic. Everything goes bad, that means it's realistic. I'm like, okay. Superheroes are supposed to inspire people. You know, it's been so long since, like, you know what watching the Olympics kind of made me realize? Like, I was watching the Olympics, watching all these people achieve their lifelong dreams, achieve, like, the pinnacle of human accomplishment from all over the world. There were so many, like, wonderful moments for people watching the Olympics, and I felt, like, inspired and uplifted, and I was like, oh, this is the feeling that I want from, like, our, like, fictional media, is I want to feel inspired to be better than I am. I get that feeling from the Justice League cartoons too, and like Cardcaptor Sakura and a lot of like older like 90s 2000s kind of stuff, because I feel like we were just in the mood to be inspiring people to do their best back then. And now it's just like all the movies are like, no, why even bother, 'cause you'll fail if you start. And I'm just like, man, this is a bummer. I'm not gonna pay money to be bummed out for 2 hours. It's fine. I haven't watched Spider-Verse. I just got burned out on superhero movies in general, yeah. Enjoy your lurk, Mysterio. You love edginess, but it's also a total mess. Edgy things are self-conscious about how edgy and cool they are. I feel like real cool things, like, because I think that's what edginess is to me, is it's that kind of like self-conceit and that desire to look cool. And that's what separates out edginess from like true dark, like content for me, is like, there's an element to the edginess of like doing it for the brand, for the looks, for the Instagram or whatever. I don't know what's the parlance anymore. Marvel movies are cookie cutter, which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but it doesn't mean I got totally burned out on them. Doing the right thing. Yeah, I really would like to play The Witcher 3. So as just like a heads up for you all, just to let you know where I'm at, I realized I finally understood something about myself and like the trends of what kind of games I play on the stream, which is that like when I get really like burned out on like an emotional capacity, then that's when I stay away from like TV shows, movies, games that might cause me to feel many emotions because I'm tired. Like I'm genuinely burned out. So just because of certain things that are happening in my personal life right now, I'm kind of emotionally tapped out. I'm putting all of my energy towards like this other thing. And so I think that that's part of my hesitance to start games with like really long, broad narratives is because I want to have my emotions available for when I get into the story so I can get invested. And right now I've been burned out for a long time is what I realized recently, but right now I'm on the burnout train. Toot toot. Sony looks around awkwardly. I just lost all credibility. Oh no. I'm sorry. I know that the Spider-Verse is really, really good. I just can't. Is pressure washing legitimately happening? Yes, it is. Hi. Spider-Verse actually is worth watching even if you don't like superhero movies, but also I feel it. I know. I believe you that it's super worth watching. Trust me, I am 100% convinced that I will probably really love the Spider-Verse. Unfortunately, that is not enough to get me to watch it because I make sense. Okay, so I'm gonna open up some different music for us to listen to this time. Cause I've just been listening to a bunch of like Harvest Moon Rune Factory music playlists, and I feel like that would be nice for our power washing journey. So I'm gonna open that up. Let's see how loud that is for you guys. I think it might need to be a little louder. Is that loud enough? Does it need to be louder? I can't quite tell. You have a meeting, but you pop back in to watch pressure washing. Absolutely. Emotions are energy intensive. Emotions are really energy intensive. And I'm just like, I'm a person who, I think I have a lot of emotional reserves. And so I, want to help people when they come to me for that kind of help, for that kind of like emotional support. But I think I'm burnt out. That's the simple way of talking about it. So here, let's swap over to Powerwash Simulator. So I tested it. It should run smooth. It should have no headaches. You should hopefully be able to hear it. You're burned out too? I feel like a lot of us are burned out right now, right? I mean, we just, we had a tough year and a half or so. Like, I feel like it's pretty normal for people to be a little bit tapped out. So I'm resuming this job because I started it, like I said, to make sure that I wasn't going to get any kinds of migraines. You want someone to share the serious stuff with? You don't watch serious content alone. You prefer to watch comedy. Yeah, exactly like that, Chase, right? It takes a certain kind of mindset for me to watch the serious stuff because I want to have that, the space available. Sir Brand Dude, how are you doing? On your 7 weeks straight of 10-hour days, 6 days a week? Oh my God. I hope you So this is what we're gonna be doing, is power washing things. Let me finish up this side because this side is not the cool side. Because I messed around with this side. The story of this wash is that this person found this car. And the car was in perfect condition aside from being really gross on the outside. So we're power washing. I'm not sure that you... from what I understand from watching The Detail Geek, power washing cars can be risky. You don't want to power wash the car and damage it, you know? Which apparently you can do. You can chip off paint, but I don't know that this game is gonna let me do that. I think this game is just gonna let me enjoy myself while I'm power washing. I don't think it's gonna damage the car. Like houses? I'm pretty sure you get to power wash houses in this game too. Your creativity feels really burnt out right now. Hey, high five! Yeah, same. Feel that, feel that. You play as a power washer woman and must stop the dirt people from conquering the world. Why is it a terrible idea? Please educate me, Chase, if you don't mind. So that I don't one day get a power washer and ruin my house. The way to find the place where your house isn't watertight. Oh, got it. I get that. That makes sense to me. We gotta get the nice clean lines, you know? We gotta get the nice like streaks. Here, let me get it. Let me make this a little straighter. Okay. We gotta get the nice clean lines. Satisfying. Basically all I do is watch this kind of YouTube content, which is like power washing, rug cleaning, car detailing. I'm all about that. I'm all about that satisfying content. Look at this car getting a second lease on life. This is the very first thing that you get to do, so I don't know, like, I don't know what the point of the game is aside from power washing things. I don't know if there's like a plot. I don't know if we do make money from it, so I don't know what that's gonna do for us in the long term, but do I need to like get close to the windows? Oh, I do need to get close to the windows. Make sure we get all those edges nice and clean. Well, then let me go back and get these. Gotta get in there. Get in there with all the dirt. Nice. It didn't sparkle. Oh, that's why. I'm missing a spot. Windows are glass. Rain falls down, and not at like 60 PSI. You power washed your foot? Ooh, that sounds really painful. Don't spray with, yeah, I imagine. Cause it's like, I mean, it's coming at you with the force of, I don't know, 1,000 suns. I don't know what 60 PSI translates to, but it's not pretty. This car looks like a freaking like toy car. The garage isn't flooding? I mean, I don't know if you've figured this out from the rest of the stream, but I am a power washing superhero. So Brandon, to answer your question, I'm doing okay. I'm like, there's a removals van outside my nightmare neighbor's place. They're finally going. Whoever moves in there is gonna need a quality pressure washer. Oh, thank you for telling me that, Harper Shaw. But yeah, I am a little bit burnt out. Or actually, by a little bit, I mean I've been burnt out for like a really long time and only just realized it. Thanks, therapy. So yeah, I'm okay. I guess I'm the same as ever in that way. You can use a power washer at low pressure, but most people don't. Yeah, most people don't. They go like super, right? They like, bam, it's dirty. I gotta get it real clean. Yeah, I might share more about it in like the Patreon newsletter that's gonna go up later this month. Cause I feel like it'll have like, I feel like I'm considering, how do I say this? I'm considering I don't know how to explain this without going into the whole dang thing, but yeah, I might talk about it in the Patreon newsletter later on, because I think it's actually a good thing. I think, like, me being burnt out right now, I think ultimately it's a good thing, because it was, like, definitely I did need to change some things about the way that I was living my life for sure. So it's a good thing that... What? Why is this person texting me? Who are you? Who are you texting me? What do you want? You're just okay, I guess people can just is this, who is, okay. I have many questions about what is going on here, but I mean, I guess they're just introducing the character of Harper Shaw to me through text messages, so, don't know if this is my friend, business partner, mentor, my lover. I have no idea. Gotta force me to shift. It's definitely, oh, I mean, if the past 4 years of my life haven't been like a steady, slow shift, then I don't know. I don't know how else to describe it. A steady, I mean, you know, you can only shift so much with, like, at a given time, depending on what your, like, financial capabilities are, you know what I mean? Oh, it's still dirty on top. Am I gonna... Aha! Ha ha ha! Nobody's gonna say that I'm not the best power washer who ever came and power washed your van. Oh, am I even cleaning the top of it? Sarah, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Those skimpy lady car washes. I feel like I wouldn't power... Well, no, I power wash the outside of my car, just very carefully. Can I... Can I do it? Oh, here it is. They left this here for me. So I'm not as smart as I thought. I thought I was outwitting the game, but no. They intended this all along. Are we gonna power wash the underside of the car? Detail Geek does that. Uh-huh. Oh, there we go. Have I not gotten all of the panels done? I wonder which panels I missed. There, that was missing something. Who is missing? You're missing something. Aha! Where have I missed a spot? I don't think I ever saw you guys flash. Why aren't you flashing? You flashing? I just want you all to flash. I wonder how I might figure out which parts I'm missing. Well, I'm missing a bumper and a hubcap and a tire. And, oh, the wing mirrors. Oh, good lord. There's a list somewhere. It's only 99% clear. This is a very, Oh yeah, no, don't worry. It's good things. It's good things. Yes, I consider it good things. I consider it very good things. It's nothing bad. Don't worry. I'm not really going to... And nothing should practically change for you guys, is the ultimate moral of the story, I don't think. So you don't need to be too worried. But yeah, it's more just something that I'm like, I wonder when I should... Cause you know, sometimes when you're making a pivot, you're like, I want to do this privately for a bit before I talk about it publicly. You know what I mean? So that's kind of more what I mean by it. It's just more that it's a thing where I'm like, Okay, to do bumper, grill, and tire. Which tire? Is it not that one? Maybe it's not that one. This one? Everybody place your bets on which tire I missed. Ah, that tire! And I missed the bumper as well. Can I? Whoa, what is this? What happened? What? Did I? Oh, what is this? There's a bunch of different nozzles. What does it mean? I don't know what it means. I don't know what it means. I don't know anything about power washers. Hey, thank you, Josh. You'd end up breaking something with a power washer, right? Same. The nozzle turns too. Can it? Oh, you don't even have to hold it down. It can just be once. Well, where am I missing spots on the bumper? I want to like crouch. And I'm missing spots on the grill too. Is it this spot? Which spot? Oh, it's inside. I see. Tricky. Like that? Okay, what about you? Is there a button to crouch? Oh, there is. How do I... Stubby gun? Okay. Okay, those are the different nozzles. Oh, different cleaning liquids. How complex. Okay. No. How do I... Oh, there's me crouching. I don't know if there's a scan. There might be one eventually. Oh. You can literally lie down. When will this... Aha! The bumper's done. Don't mind me, I'm army crawling to the bumper. Or the grill is done, now I'm on the bumper. What part of this did I miss? It looks pretty clean. From my eye. This is the bumper, right? I'm not like mixing up what the bumper is. Tab? Huh, I'm playing tab. I'm hitting tab, I don't see anything. Ah! Haha! Dang. They really wanted me to do a 100% flawless job. Is this the extraordinary Dr. Powerwash? I got your details from your friend Harper. I could really do with a hand at my place when you're free. My name is Dr. Powerwash? Who named me that? I've pinged you the $100 left over from what you gave me, so that should help you get off the ground. Just met my new neighbor and gave him your... Man, I'm getting all these texts. Nice. Okay, so that's... It would be nice if I could, like, respond to these people. I guess it's just meant to make it feel a little bit less like you're completely isolated in your own little bubble. We're doing a pretty garden! It's a good thing that I'm a power washer. Heck yeah. You know, I don't know your parents. What's the problem? Okay. Hey, Doc, I hope you like a challenge, because I'm pretty sure I've got the dirtiest backyard you've ever seen. I don't know, your grass is pretty nice. That's not me bragging, by the way. I had nothing to do with it. I've just moved back to town for a bit to help my folks, who are both down to their last knee, and rented what I thought was a great little place. Should have questioned why there weren't any garden pics in the ad. They must have bred rhinos here or something. Did you not go look at the place? Anyway, my girls are itching to get out there, and I don't want them still itching when they get back inside. So please do your thing. Thanks a lot, Cal. All right, sure, we'll help you, Calvin. Hey, let me, I'll tab out of this real quick. I wanna, oop, there we go. Had to shift my own volume a little bit. Also, I want to do this other thing. Give me a second. Adjusting things on the Streamlabs so that I can see more things better. Okay, we're good. Continue. What have we got here? The stone steps are very dirty, but the gravel is brand new. Brand new gravel, brand new walls. We even need to clean this. Funnily enough, my first girlfriend, Floriana Perez, used to live here back in the day. Those were good times. Calvin, why are you texting me this? Why are you texting me about your first girlfriend? Okay. He's got a nice little, I don't know why you're complaining. Like, yeah, it's a little bit dirty, but I don't know. You didn't have to buy any of this stuff. And the garden's really nice and spacious, very comfortable. You got a freaking pool in your backyard. What are you complaining about, Calvin? You only gotta pitch in like what are you paying me? 150 bucks for this? And you get this nice backyard? I guess it's easy for me to say. All right, I wanted to see if I could get, what was it, 3? Do I have any cleaning liquid? I don't have cleaning liquid. We don't use cleaning liquid. I know children are gonna be playing in this yard, but I don't wanna use soap. So let's just clean. And watch it get progressively prettier over time. Feel like a job well done. So do professional power washers have to bring their own water? Or does the customer have to, is it their water that's getting used? That is my main question about people who run power washing businesses. That'd be so much water to bring or to charge. Calvin should be counting his blessings. I agree. A nice hydrated lawn back here. What are you talking about? Power wash all of it. Power wash every single thing. I mean, ideally, like, you know, clean your things, probably. There's some, you know, like, I don't know, clean your children's toys. There's like this car over here that is definitely a children's toy, and that probably should have been cleaned a little bit before I got here, but that's okay. You hook up to a tap. Usually the customer supplies water. It took so much time. I feel like, oops. I feel like, I mean, so I'm paying for the water and I'm paying for the guy to power wash my, I mean, I don't know how expensive power washers are, but at that point, I mean, I guess you do need to, like, you know, you need to know how to power wash things so that you're not breaking things and how to clean them and when to put solution on them and all that, you know? So you're also paying for the expertise, but I'm also like, well. Hey, Connor! Yeah! Good morning, Connor, or good afternoon nap. Connor, thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. On mostly natural or unfinished surfaces, it will remove any sort of coating or finish. Can I use a bigger nozzle? Yeah, I can. Ooh, biggest nozzle. There we go. Now we're working smart. Is this like less strong because the water is more diffused though? Am I even cleaning as much? No, I'm not cleaning as much. It's fine. I'll go back around and get the trim. I'll just get the walls for now. Maybe this just means I need to do like multiple. I don't know. Why am I gonna? Well, if it's less efficient, I can't use the bigger spray. If I'm just gonna be missing spots and have to go back over it a second time, you know, do it right the first time. That's what they say, right? Buy nice or buy twice. What's the work equivalent of that phrase? The nozzle you used was maybe a centimeter too wide, any wider, and it didn't clean. The nozzle is magical. Can I tell you guys a thing? Can I tell you guys about a thing that I bought? Are you guys interested in hearing about this thing that I bought? I'm pretty happy that I bought it. It's bringing me back to my childhood. Tell us. And the nozzle configuration. All right, well, in that case, let me just get it out. This thing that I bought. I wanna try to keep it away from the camera so that you can't see what it is before I get it out. What? I'm like hiding it. I'm hiding it. I'm hiding it. Hey! Hey! Hello! Hello again. Thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. So, the thing that I bought is a flute. I bought a flute. I bought a flute again because I used to play the flute and I couldn't take it with me to Washington, so I just didn't have a flute anymore. So I bought, let me turn off the blur. I bought a really cheap, really cheap flutes that I could start playing again. And I'm pretty happy about it. I don't think I'll try to play it. There's the blur is off. I don't think I'll try to play it on stream because I haven't tested the microphone setup, and so I have no doubts that it will be horrible that if I tried, but I'm pretty excited to like be playing the flute again. As it turns out, I didn't forget anything. I didn't forget anything about how to play the flute, except my embouchure is absolutely trash. It's so weak now. That's the difference. She lent it to you and then moved out west. 60K magic for flute party? Oh, sure, yeah. Cause I could learn how to, if I check the microphone setup, I could learn how to play, you know, like you can request a song and I can learn how to play it. I'm a decent player, in my own estimation. So yeah, I wanted to show you guys that it's like literally basically the cheapest one that you can buy. But I'm excited because I missed being able to like access music easily and like play music really easily. I've said before that I play rhythm games instead because I didn't have easy access to instruments. So now I have a flute and I can play it again. That takes years to build back up. You'll get it though. I don't actually think that it's going to take me too long because I started replaying it like last week. And each time I come back to it, I can see and hear noticeable improvements. By which I mean, like, it's not that I haven't lost how to hold my mouth, but my muscles have deteriorated. Like, my lip muscles can no longer sustain the position. And like, they get weak and my high notes get a lot worse over time because my muscles just can't sustain the amount of, strength, I guess, needed to hold up. But thankfully, I still do have the technique. I guess you don't lose. I was really worried that I was gonna lose. Like some amount of my ability. And I have lost like a little bit of my ability, but I've been really surprised by how much I actually retained overall. I was really worried I was gonna be super horrible. You used to play, French horn. You miss playing the saxophone. Aren't the fingerings for saxophone and flute exactly the same? I've always wanted to try learning the saxophone because of that, because it's supposed to be a really easy swap for somebody who plays the flute. French horn, but you don't think your neighbors would appreciate picking it back up? I mean, I guess it depends on how much sound insulation there is. Thankfully, the place where I live right now, there's actually a really decent amount of insulation between the walls, so it's pretty hard to hear my neighbors and for them to hear us, so that's really awesome. Getting all the little spots. Nice and thorough. I feel like this stream of intense water would definitely like demolish most things, but that's okay. Come on, Rune Factory inside of home music. It's a woodwind, so it's a bit different to articulate notes. I mean, yeah, I'm aware of that. Yeah, it is a bit different to articulate the notes. So that's the from my understanding, the difference between playing the flute and the saxophone is just with the flute, your embouchure is what gives you all of your notes, basically, the fingering, and then your embouchure gives you all the notes. And with the saxophone, you have to play through the reed. And I don't really know anything about playing reeds, aside from the fact my little sister played the clarinet and I was in band for like 10 years or something. But I'm pretty sure that most of at least the bass fingerings are the same. Learning how to play a reed, I think, would be really difficult because I watched my little sister like struggle to learn how to play clarinet, and like the thing, reeds. Ooh, they cut your mouth? Really? Oh no, that sounds horrible. Sure, I'll power wash your car. Yeah, aren't you also like, yeah, we're power washing the dirt and the grime, but aren't we also kind of power washing off like a layer of stone here as well, or is the water not that strong? I guess I just think it would be too simple if power washing only removed the grime, but maybe I'm wrong. You just shuddered, especially when you start tonguing. Ooh, no, thank you, Epictastic, no. Oh, double jointed, I have double jointed thumbs. Sorry, I didn't warn anybody before I did that, but hey. Yeah, big hands are apparently good for playing piano. That's what I understand about piano, is that you want large fingers, which is not to say that you can't play piano with smaller hands, but there's like some, you know how European people back in the day, like piano and you know, classical music, they were like rock stars back then. So of course some guy is gonna write a piece of music, some person with really large hands, and of course it's gonna be a guy because it couldn't have been anybody else back in the day, with really big hands is gonna be like, I'm gonna write a piece of music that only I can play. That way they'll have to book me. Honestly, it's not a bad strat. Small-handed individual, and you do just fine. Golem hands? What does that even mean? I hope it was a compliment. I feel like I would be upset if somebody said that to me. We don't need to be making comments on other people's bodies and spawning potential new insecurities, you know what I mean? It's like some people, you know how friends like to, I don't want to say nag each other, friends like to tease each other and stuff like that. I just feel like physical appearance, unless you know explicitly that your friend is okay with it, I feel like it's off limits to joke about, because you don't want to, you know, a lot of times there's things where it's like, people are like, you don't, you know, you can make someone think something about their body that they've never thought was weird is weird just by like making a joke about it, and like it occurring to them for the first time that maybe that part of their body is not as normal as other people's. So I'm just like not a fan. Hand insecurity is a thing? Oh, hand insecurity is a thing. Yes, it definitely is. Tequila was a genius. He thought it was the perfect song. What happened to this backyard, what happened to the backyard that explicitly affected only all of the rocks and standing structures, but not the mulch and not the gravel, but only all of the, and not the house? I have questions. What color is this? It's brown, okay. Well, let's clean this doghouse. They replaced the grass after they buried the bodies. I see. Can I get that off? Oh, I can. Do I have to like, is that what this one is for? The tough stuck-on stains and grime. OxyClean. Oh. What happened to this doghouse? Guys, I've been watching a YouTube channel where a guy just like builds stuff for his cats. And I want you to know that that's gonna be the future of my content. Like not now because I can't get a cat right now because I want a house. But I want you to know that eventually I am gonna get another cat and I am going to spend an inordinate amount of time making things for my cat, and I'm probably gonna make videos about it and put it on Patreon. That's probably gonna be a thing. I'm just letting you be aware of that. I think that, again, like read the Patreon newsletter that's gonna come out. I think you guys can look forward to a bunch of different random content from me in the future, because I think I'm gonna be, you know, doing more stuff for fun, and like, you know, just to explore different things again. Hence the flute. Since the flute coming back. So that should be enjoyable. Cat Rion, let's go. My workshop, yes. Designed just for, I mean, I'll probably build the cat furniture, yes. Yes, yeah, yeah, yes. I'm like very 100% certain that this is gonna happen in my future. Nice. Doghouse cleaned. We got one down. Oh, wait, doggy bowl. Doggy bowl cleaned. Well, we got the most important thing done. I guess we should clean the kids' toys. Kind of looks like burn marks just being washed away. I have questions about the former tenant and why they left all this stuff behind. I don't know. I feel like this is an electronic thing that I'm power washing. I feel like maybe this electronic thing wasn't designed to be completely waterproof. And to like, you know, I don't know, sail through lakes or something. So I feel like I am destroying it, but I guess if this is what the client wanted, then who am I to judge? Who am I to judge them, you know? I simply do what I am asked. That's what I do. Kids died too with the massacre. The only subreddit you enjoy is videos of people power washing things, so this is very sad. Is it? Is it just as enjoyable? I feel like it's not just as enjoyable because it's all fake. Don't tell anybody. I didn't want you guys to find out this way. But the power washing is fake. I've been lying to you this whole time. I'm not really power washing this in real life. And I know that, you know. I hope you can forgive me. You know, I didn't mean to lie to you for so long. It's just one thing led to another, and Laundry Ninja, you're putting the pieces together. You're putting the pieces together. Algae mold and rust removal simulator, yeah. Hey, Papa Zillion. Catch it on tape. Man, wouldn't it be amazing to find out that you've actually been married to a ghost the whole time? I'd be kind of hype. I'd also be really freaked out though. But I'd also be pretty hyped because I'd be like, oh man, I'm the star of like a YA novel. Hell yeah. Hell yeah. Hopefully a YA novel and not like an adult fiction novel. We'll see. It's real. It has to be. Hey, Tim. I can't believe you've done this. That's like one of my favorite quotes. You know what? I don't care that much about grilling. We'll save that one for later. What should we clean next? What do you think we should clean next? Whoa! What? Why do I have space moon boots? Why am I power washing? I should be going to the Olympics at this rate. What the hell? Clean the flowers. I'm watering them. Nice. There's a bench? Ah, the bench. My inner soul, it's dirty. Z and X don't do anything. From where I'm, or at least currently as I'm trying to hit the buttons. Yeah, I'm not sure that power washing fabrics works this way either, but you know, I always wonder about furniture like this though. First of all, I've seen furniture like this like 10 gazillion times in every apartment complex I've lived in Seattle. This furniture is so common, probably because it's like waterproof or something. But second of all, like, I don't know. Like, I just don't know about outdoor furniture like this because it's not comfortable to sit on. So, but it costs like hundreds of bucks. I'm just like, why am I compromising with outdoor furniture that nobody feels comfortable sitting on when I can just, I don't know, do something else? Oh, said it rotated stuff? Oh, maybe it does. That kind of outdoor furniture, it can work. It is for the good stuff. Is this not the good stuff? What is the most comfortable outdoor furniture you've ever sat on? Because like all of the outdoor furniture I've ever sat on has looked like this. It has been like this kind of thing, you know? Aside from, I saw this one lady, I watch a lot of interior design channels also on YouTube. I saw this one lady, she legit just straight up put like a sofa outside. And I'm like, I don't know. I feel like this is why screened-in porches exist, is because it's like, do you want the benefits of furniture and sitting outside, but also being comfortable at the same time and not having that many bugs? That's what those are for. Just bought a glider? Well, that's cool. Sofa wrapped in plastic, good to go. Crinkle, crinkle. Someone tries to break into your house after all that hard work. They have to find a seat incredibly uncomfortable. It's a good theft deterrent. I see. You know, I've never considered that angle before, but now that you say it. It's worth the $300. Yeah, I mean, if it stops them from taking my, projector? I'm like trying to think like, what is the most expensive thing that I own? And I'm like, my half-broken projector? You can take that. I mean, don't take it, but then I have an excuse to save up to buy a new one, so. Really, you know. Who is losing there? Don't come steal my projector. I will not be a happy camper. I'm a black belt. It's always that gray, brown, black too, right? Which is like, why is it the gray, brown, black? Because that just attracts so much heat from the sun. And they're like, yeah, I love black furniture outside. I mean, it's probably black because it doesn't show as many stains, right? But then you sit on it and your thighs are scalded. Scalding thighs. You ever considered that? Furniture manufacturers? Your projector is red? Oh, your outside furniture is red. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like you know, I feel like the outdoor furniture portion of the market has just been allowed to be less than stellar, and we've all tolerated it, but I need the outdoor furniture market to step up its game a little bit. Am I done yet? Am I missing spots? Oh my god, I'm missing so many Oh, you want me to get in between the crack, do you? Are you gonna let me take this out? I don't know how to remove anything. All right, I guess we're just gonna power wash between the cracks without removing the thing. Seems effective. It's like when people like, When people dust. But then they don't pick up the thing and wipe under it. You know what I mean? That's one of my pet peeves. When I'm like, oh, can you help me clean this thing? And then like, they like wipe around and I'm like, well, no. That's not clean. It's a pet peeve of mine. That is exactly how you like going around the things. I mean, it's faster. It's definitely good for a touch-up. As I've gotten older, I've just gotten more and more focused on, what's the word that I'm looking for? Focused on, I guess like actual cleanliness. Maybe it's the pandemic. It's probably the pandemic. But I just become, like, cause when I was a kid and we had our like cleaning days, I don't know that I was the best cleaner around. You know what I mean? I don't know that I was doing that for the right reasons. I don't know that I holistically felt the importance of cleanliness when I was a child. Aha! I knew it. I knew there was a catch! You just vacuum pretty much everything that you can. Oh, magic. Yeah, vacuuming is really nice. Vacuuming is really nice. If you get a nice vacuum is worth investing in. And by a nice vacuum, I mean at least buy a vacuum with an HVAC system. Okay, PSA. If you have a vacuum and when you vacuum your house, you smell the vacuum in the air, like you can tell that you vacuumed, it smells like burnt, or it's you just like you smell stuff in the air, you need a new vacuum, because what that means is that your vacuum is vacuuming and then it's leaking outside and spreading it all into the air because your vacuum doesn't have a HEPA filter. So go find a vacuum with a HEPA filter that will not leak the stuff that you're vacuuming up directly into the air for you to breathe. That is my pro tip, because I didn't know that that's what that was until I started watching a vacuum review channel on YouTube. So, spreading that knowledge. Can't you just buy a new filter or clean it? It depends, because not all vacuums come HEPA filter compatible. And so vacuums all technically have filters. In the same way that Brita filter is a water filter and it technically filters the water. But Brita filters are water filters in the way where the only filter that they have is a carbon filter, which makes your water taste cleaner, but it doesn't actually take much out of the water. So it's very similar to that in the vacuum, where they have filters, so they catch like some stuff, but they don't catch the microscopic particles, which when you're vacuuming up like dust and dust mites and who knows what else is on the floor, that's the kind of thing that you want. If it's not sealed properly, you can't fix it. Often it's escaping other places. Yeah, I'd check out the channel Vacuum Wars if you're curious. They did a video on vacuums with HEPA filters. Because he like tests them, he would fill them with like white dust and film them in front of like a black wall so that you can see how much is escaping from it. It was very eye-opening for me. Hey, nice. How do you like it? Are you noticing a difference? I'm a big fan of any water filter that works, period, basically, but zero water because that's the one that I use. And it keeps me from getting sick in my own apartment, so I'm very appreciative of them doing that, of Zero Water doing that for me. It's a little slower, but the water is much cleaner. Oh yeah, it is a little slower. So the secret to that, because like we had that problem when we first got them, and Zek has a better way of doing it. So you might need to ask Zek, because Zek like figured out some hack that I forgot, but you need to pop the, Thank you, Pansy. You can like, Zach, what do you do to the zero water filters to get the bubbles out? Because basically zero water filters have bubbles in them, and if you get rid of the bubbles, they filter way faster, like way faster. I read an Amazon review and the guy was like, here's the hack. My favorite thing is like other people who are buying things being like, oh wait, nah, bruh, don't spend more money. Here's the hack. That's my favorite thing. We're all out here together. You use a wooden chopstick and poke at the inside of the filter and the bubbles come out. Oh, okay. To learn to make music for the first time at the ripe age of 23, it's scary to suck at new things until you get good, right? Yeah. It's not only scary to you know, suck at new things until you get good. It's also just, you know, it's like the motivation myth, right? The thing about motivation is that you want to have the motivation to get started, but with like most hobbies and stuff, it doesn't become something that you want to do on your own until you get past that first hump, right? So like, if you don't know how to play the flute, it's obviously going to be a bit more of a slog to learn how to play the flute until you can play a few songs, and then it becomes fun because then you can like go find your favorite video game music and you can try to play it and stuff like that, and then it becomes a lot easier for you to just keep going on your own because inertia is pulling you along and it's enjoyable at this point. I find that a lot with learning languages as well, which I've started going back and polishing up my German. I've retained a lot more German than I thought I did. I can actually, again, my grammar is really bad when I'm speaking, but I actually have a lot of, I've retained a lot of my German, which makes me very happy. Everyone over 23 just felt a twinge up their spine. Well, in America, at least, a lot of people tend to start musical instruments. If their school has a musical instrument program, then they tend to start it like in elementary school. So a lot of people get started with musical instruments as a kid, so I can see why that would be daunting to start later on without like instructors or as part of a band or something like that. And by band, I mean like marching band. I mean like orchestral band. The creative muscles need to be trained to function in the first place. Yup, it's like physical works out. The motivation rarely comes on its own. It follows because you start. Action begets motivation, and the motivation does not come on its own. You gotta push past the parts where it's not fun to get to the part where it is fun. You know. As a person who somehow has become adequately successful at a decent number of skills, that is the case every time. Can I pick this up? Yeah! Oh, this is where the rotate comes into play, Harvest. You've been trying to train your creative muscles, but you think that you've sprained them? Yeah, I mean, so there's so many reasons. So it's like, man, you get the, or at least I used to get asked the question about writer's block a lot. I don't get asked the question about writer's block anymore, which maybe means everybody's come up with their own solutions for it. That would be nice. But like, you see that kind of thing with writer's block too, right? Which is basically just a creative block. And there's so many different reasons that like your creative muscles can get tired out. And one of the things is just like, it has to do with your own, you know, emotional health and well-being. Like, you know, in my case, as I'm a little bit burnt out, I'm finding it more difficult to do creative things and get enjoyment from them because I'm just very tired. Like, you know, I'm just a little burnt out. And being burnt out emotionally means that I can't connect to my work in the same way that I would if I had a lot of extra, you know, extra energy to give there. Burnout is, I mean, you know, you gotta take care of yourself. You gotta listen to your body. You gotta listen to. You're dirty. I'm not dirty, you're dirty. Oh, the chains. Is this how you get rid of rust? Can you use this on metal and just spray away rust like that? The swing is cursed. I'm sorry to hear that you've been dealing with it in the same way, but also I feel like I'm right there with you right now. It's definitely, I mean, I guess I can talk about it a little bit. I've just been, how do I say this? I've been contemplating how to pivot my career and my life so that I can spend more time, you know, doing creative things that I find meaningful or fulfilling or fun, or they're like my own projects or just like whatever the thing may be, instead of I've been considering pivoting to put more of my career into my own hands, like as part of my own control, which for context, in the games industry, I'm talking less about the stream because the stream is completely within my own control, and more about like games and like that kind of creative side of my life. I'm looking into ways to kind of reclaim, because in the games industry, there's so much that is kind of out of your control, right? There's funding, there's publishers, there's what the potential audience demands, what's expected of you. There's like, there can be a lot of different things that impact the creative vision, and that can just be kind of really, you know, demoralizing over time. So yeah, that's kind of been, in summary, the thing that I'm looking at right now. Like being your own director, producer and stuff. I think I'm not yet comfortable talking about the specifics, but I definitely will update you guys, because I don't want to say anything until I'm like very confident about like, yes, this is it. So I don't want to say something unless I'm super sure about it, but more or less kind of more in that direction. Yeah. What games have I made? Oh my goodness. You can look on, well, most recently I made To Be With You. It's out now on Steam. But yeah, you can go to, do I have a command where I can, you can go on to cheratomo.com, and I have a link to my games, the games that I've worked on and all the games that are out there, and you can find them all and play whichever ones interest you there. I think it's done. Oh, thank you, Zach. Thank you. Yes, I'm happy about that. I placed myself under an NDA. Oh my God, yes, that's exactly it. That is what I have done. Getting rid of rust requires a bit more work. Water creates rust, right? That's what I was saying. That's why I'm a little bit confused. Your tough thing is that sometimes being burnt out by overaction sometimes feels the same as lack of motivation because you haven't done any work in a while. Oh yeah, I get what you're saying. I get what you're saying. Just that it's difficult to, it is sometimes difficult to figure out. But I think at the same time, so I think sometimes we're just too hard on ourselves, you know what I mean? Like, cause I find a lot of the times when I'm like, oh, Cara, like you just need to get up and do it. You're being lazy, blah, blah, blah. The times when I'm thinking that to myself are usually like, you know, I realize eventually that actually I didn't get enough sleep that day, or I wasn't feeling very well that day. Like there was a legitimate reason for why, or even if I don't do something for like a long stretch of time, there's usually a reason. I think a lot of things we kind of push off onto the idea of like laziness, like, oh, I'm being lazy, I'm such a lazy person, when it's not really laziness, but there's something deeper going on, and it's just the American way a little bit to kind of berate yourself into doing things. Interesting quirk of us, but a lot of us struggle with that. A lot of just Americans in general struggle with that. But you're not leaving the water, you're using the force of it to physically remove the rust. So it works? Hey, Damasan. What did I use to make that game? To make To Be With You, I used RemPie, which is free, and you can download it. Like, just Google RemPie, you can download it. There's a guy named RemPie Tom who makes it. It's a Python-based visual novel maker that's relatively easy to work with, and also as you're as you learn RemPie, you kind of get a sense for Python as well, which is nice. Not completely, not in the same way that you would if you were an actual programmer, but I would say that it's a good way to kind of baby step yourself into code a little bit so that you can get a bit more comfortable with it and then branch out from there. Easier to spend time on YouTube or whatever that doesn't challenge you. Am I making leeway on that? We shall see. It sounds like you're making leeway on that to me. It sounds like you're making progress there. You can physically remove rust, sandblasting, power washing, sanding, but generally you use an acid to help remove it much more easily. Oh, okay. I don't know what that means, Danger Frog. There are different tips though. Is this what you mean? Is this the white tip? Is this like the easier way of doing it? Oh, maybe not that one then. Bigger fan tip in real life. What's up? Do you do bikes? I could do with someone riding their thing over my deadbeat bike. Florian and I would climb up and down that rock garden all day, pretending we were on rumbling rushless and the pond was the crater. I have no idea how we explain the fish being there. Did you date Florian when you were like 10? I don't understand. He said that so Calvin texted me and he said that he lived here with his or his ex-girlfriend stayed here and they ran up and down. What the heck? What is this guy? What is his? I'm so confused about this timeline. Oh, hey! Well, that's cool. It's cool that you've already heard of them. I will clarify though, I worked on Solstice. I wouldn't, this is very nitpicky, but I get sensitive about it because I don't want to claim ownership for other people's games. I worked on Solstice, but I wasn't, core team, I was brought on towards the end of the project, so, yeah, just clarifying there. But yeah, that's cool. Solstice is really cool. I'm a huge fan of that group. The best power washing nozzle you had was a cone that spun! It seems there's like a whole science to power washing that I am not aware of. Maybe can I go bigger on this, or am I gonna have to redo? I mean, I guess I'm gonna have to come back over a bunch of this stuff anyway, so it probably doesn't matter. I don't know why, but this particular nozzle, I don't like the sound that it's making in my ears. It sounds kind of, like, it's like a little bit, and I'm not like a fan. Oh yeah, no, it definitely matters. It's fine. It's fine. Occasionally in media and things, I will get attributed as the creator of games that I've worked on, and that is the part that's not cool with me. Moa Cube created Solstice, and I worked on Solstice with them. More so than, yeah, that's why I clarify. So I was a real part of the project, but not the owner, not the creator. sometimes I think for like for people who aren't in the games industry, those kinds of distinctions can maybe not be as apparent. So like, because like sometimes, you know, I will use specific words in bios and stuff about the games that I've worked on, and I think that maybe the specific words that I'm using, the distinctions between them might not, you know, make people might not realize why they're important, that those words were chosen. I guess that's what I'm trying to say. You're like, nope, that's not me. Yeah, editing, and like, and like having been the person to do the year's worth of research. Oh, enjoy your dinner, Yellow Ring. I have some friends who are scientists who work on like research papers and get those published and like, woof, all of that. And I've like seen them do their research and carry it through and get that research published, and like over the course of years, over the course of like 5 years, right? Yeah, it's wild how much work the sciences take and how much everything, you know, man, there were some moments there because like we had like extreme weather events, and there was the possibility that they were just going to lose all of their research because they didn't have a backup generator to power, they didn't have enough backup generators to power the amount of things that were going to need powering, because like they weren't expecting that level of like a blackout, essentially. I remember that day. Very scary day. But thankfully it didn't happen, so they got to keep all their research. Cleaning. This is really nice paving, though. I'm a fan. I'm like way more of a fan of kind of this style of paving where it's kind of cobblestoney. I also do like, in Europe they use stone brick for a lot of their sidewalks and stuff like that. I'm a fan of that. Our sidewalks are so boring in the US. We're just like, yeah, concrete slabs, woohoo! And like that's what we go for. But I like, you know, actual stones or brick or something like that. I think it's much prettier. Prettier but far less accessible. I mean, it depends on how you do it, because the brick walkways that they had in Germany, like, first of all, they actually maintained good care of it. So there weren't like the huge like divots in the ground, and there weren't like weeds and stuff growing on it. So it was almost completely like level and flat. So I didn't see any. There weren't any problems with like wheels or like old people or like walking. Whereas if you don't maintain them, that's a very different story. Concrete, we asphalt ours. What is the difference between asphalt and concrete? I don't actually know the difference, I don't think. Paved walkways is one thing, yeah, cobble is... Oh, cobblestone, yeah, cobblestone is definitely not accessible. That's very true. Asphalt is blacktop? Oh. Really? No, yeah. We definitely just do concrete here in America. I mean, if you live in a really... No, I don't... I mean... Yeah, we know. It's just straight up concrete. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. Asphalt has tar in it. It keeps snakes at bay. It's what's on roads. Does asphalt also slowly become... like gray over time? Because I've seen like fresh asphalt put in and it's like nice and black, and the road is nice and black and it's super smooth, and like the instant your car goes over it, it's like it's thanking you for this wonderful moment of bliss and joy that you have given it by giving it a nice paved road to drive over. Ha 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 ha! Boy! Sure, I'm glad we're getting an infrastructure bill passed. Hey, Cece, hello! I don't know what you even write in there anymore. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Because it's smoother. After maybe 20 years. Probably due to sun bleaching. Because isn't asphalt more new that we started using it? I feel like asphalt, like, ages better than concrete does, but I'm still... I mean, again, I guess I'm not 100% sure if they were pure concrete roads, but I'm like, especially in Kansas, which is where I spent a lot of my childhood. I mean, Kansas was bankrupt. Kansas was super bankrupt. Kansas has like literally no money. I can't express how much the governor at the time that I was living in Kansas bankrupted the entire state. So we just had like no good roads. No good roads. Everything was built as cheaply as possible. And so that's why I remember it. I remember like it. I always assumed the roads were concrete, but I guess I just don't actually know. Less good for weight. For asphalt, you're supposed to re-add the oils. Oh, concrete ages better, really? Oh, but asphalt is easier to repair. Asphalt versus concrete changes based on the weather, like snow. Asphalt degrades slower. Still needs to be maintained. Concrete is brittle. But it'll crack. Oh, okay, interesting. So concrete is technically... Okay, so basically they thought concrete was probably better. Turns out cars are really rough on concrete. So now even though asphalt doesn't last as long, because it can be repaired so much more simply, isn't asphalt more expensive as well though? 100% recyclable? Really? Is it? Really? Right? There's so many people in the chat who have such a wealth of information to share. I've learned so much from the fold, genuinely. And if the earth moves, it'll crack. Is there a better nozzle for this, I wonder? Is this one better? Yeah, this seems better. Asphalt is car's best friend. If you live with snow, it's better since salt used on ice, snow eats away concrete faster. No earthquakes in Sweden! Water gets in and freezes and cracks concrete. Driveways are made from concrete in Texas, but asphalt up here. Interesting. Wasn't it possible to rotate that nozzle? Not that I know of. Like, it might be, maybe it's possible, but I don't actually know how to. Or even where to find the controls. So. You think you saw it in the trailers? Then it must be. Yeah, I don't... Aha, controls. Rotate nozzle. Hey! Now we're cooking with renewable energy. Okay. Sidewalks are concrete, roads are asphalt. Some areas that are 50 plus years old are having sidewalks redone, but the roads are only needing minor pothole refills. Depends on many factors, because you've seen asphalt roads look like crap. I mean, it depends on whether you're able to afford to maintain them, right? I feel like that's the biggest factor in both concretes and asphalt. It doesn't matter necessarily which one you go with if you can't afford to repair either of them when they are in need of maintenance. Man, there's so many people who desperately need power washing in order to live their best lives in this game. I didn't expect power washing to be so hard in this game, to be honest. Nice. Bridges, dams, and roads needing repairs. Isn't the old yes. Yes. Yeah. The short story of that king is that we haven't spent any money on our infrastructure in multiple decades as like on a federal level. And there's a lot of reasons for that. But yes, all of our infrastructure is in dire need of replacement. We have a lot of dangerous bridges currently that need some help. It's been mostly left up to states to try to do their best with infrastructure, but most states, like, well, I don't know, most of the states that does anybody live in a state in the United States who is doing well on like a budgetary financial level? Because every state I've lived in the States is like not doing okay with their budget. So I'm just like, Concrete has a full cure time of like 1 to 2 days. Asphalt is a few hours. That sounds really nice. Sad. Yes. Yes, you're correct. It is. It is very sad. It is very sad. We have a bit of a... We've got a lot of problems here. But you know, we are probably gonna pass a bill, so that will be nice. Honestly, anything, any infrastructure, anything passing anywhere, I'm gonna take it as a win. In the US. I guess all over the world too. It's not really, who it really is like, oh no, we're spending money on infrastructure. Like nobody feels that way. Who's, oh, boo, good transportation. Like, nah. I don't want it to be easily navigable in my country. NIMBY. That he did. One of them did pass, yeah. That is very positive news. Nice.
I'll support you.
Nice. Hey, Reptile! Thank you for resubscribing as an Alacritus Alchemist. Welcome back to the fold. Oh man, really? Oh, that's not even. Well, power washing is significantly less fun than I thought if this is what it's like all day, is just finding all the spots that you missed forever. That's gotta amount to something, right? Yeah. Yeah. He's if Ron from Parks and Rec was real. So like the most libertarian. I mean, I liked Ron from Parks and Rec, so. Man, this wood looks freaking brand new. What exactly happened that made it look like it had 20 to 30 years of grime on it? It looks really new. Ron Swanson is incredible. That's power washing, all right. You can't see. You really? Your roads? Wait. Whoa. Hang on. Sorry. This is an experience that is new to me. What do you mean your roads don't seem to suffer in Canada? What is that like? What is that like? What does that mean? What is the experience like there? And they showed his shop, yeah. I mean, that's the thing about Ron, though, is that, like, he's, like, all self-taught, or, I mean, his family taught him. He just does his own thing, and that's not always good, but he does his own thing. That's how he wants to live, and I will respect that that's how he wants to live, you know what I mean? I, like, strongly believe that, you know. As long as nobody's endangering anybody else, they can do whatever. They have roads in Canada? Well, there's a bunch of different. Not all libertarians are the same, just like not all Democrats and not all Republicans are the same. But yeah, it's always hard when you have, when you have a really strong example of a kind of belief process in your life, and it's a really strong negative example. I never really fault people for having difficulty with that, as long as they're nice to everybody. Oh, yeah. Probably don't talk about spoilers for Parks and Rec. But I feel like I already kind of, yeah, because I have some of my own feelings about the Parks and Rec finale, so I feel you. But I really love the show overall. I'm a huge fan of the show overall. We ride horses in Texas. Okay, hang on. I must read this explanation of this wonderful fantasy world where your roads are good and your highways are maintained. Okay, but what does that mean? Like, when you drive on them, are they smooth? Like, are there just no potholes? Is it like, are there no cracks? That just seems like unrealistic to me. Roads are smooth. Oh, sorry. I feel you on that. South Park was informative on Canada. And now they only have one road. A bridge went out once and it was any bridge going out is a big problem. Here in Michigan, roads are either under construction or full of potholes. Highways are good as long as it's not winter. Parks and Rec has spoilers? Yeah, actually, surprisingly. Parks and Rec has a lot of, Parks and Rec, in my opinion, is a pretty well done show. It knows what it wants to be and it does that, and there's character arcs for everybody. So that's where the spoilers come in, is in the character arcs. We did have a dam break last year. Ooh, yeesh. Ooh, scary. You have your own thoughts too. Well, that is definitely fair. I think it's not going to be an accurate representation of reality. I don't think Parks and Rec was meant to be that. If there are potholes, they get filled in. I literally in front of my house, and I didn't live in a how do I say this? My parents chose a house in a nice district of town so that we would get into the good schools, is what I'm trying to say. And so I didn't live in a part of town that they would desire to neglect, and yet there were 3 giant potholes in front of my house for 5 or 6 years, and they never fixed them. They got worse every winter. It's wild to me to think that like potholes just get fixed and they fill in the cracks. What do you mean? That like doesn't happen here. Maybe it will now that the infrastructure bill is passed. I'm so excited to like, cause like at this point, like in America, there's literally, I was driving past Seattle. So like we have the highway, right? We have the highway that goes past Seattle, and I was driving down that highway past Seattle, and like there's literally an entire section of road that like we went down, and it was like, and I was like, all right, I need to refill my tires when we're done here, because the roads were so rough that they literally deflated my tires. And sure enough, the next time I turned on the car, yep, the tires were needed to be reinflated, because that's how bad the roads are here. Potholes can be filled in less than an hour. I think that we don't have a lot of asphalt roads here in the US, because I think that it's expensive to replace concrete, expensive and time consuming to replace concrete roads with asphalt, and we don't have the money. Most states don't have the money, I think. Epic. Yep, that's Ron. Did you not call them? Again, Kansas was bankrupt. I literally bankrupt. Like, Kansas was so poor that they legitimately considered at one point. They considered that either they had to fire half of the teachers in the state, or they could get rid of every single arts program and all recesses. Like, that's how poor Kansas was. And like all of the money that like we took out of our education budget. Because it's fine. It's not fine. When there's a problem, you call and it gets fixed. That's not how it works here. Just nonstop bumpy, it was hell. Yeah. When you say highway, you mean what you would call interstate or freeway. I'm pretty sure that's what I meant when the highway freeway interstate thing for other countries gets me very confused. Hey, Obi-Wan! All right, good luck, Epic. Drink water, cheers. Eisenhower would be upset. The road is white, it's concrete. If it's black, it's asphalt. Then all of our roads are concrete. Then all of them are concrete, all of them. And there's like a stretch of road here in Seattle where they recently put in asphalt instead, and it's the smoothest 3 minutes I ever drive. But it's only that one stretch of highway and nowhere else. Most roads will be asphalt, but you know many most roads are asphalt. Not anywhere that I've lived. To be completely honest, in all of the places I've lived in the US, the only places that get asphalt roads are where the rich people live. Everywhere else, you get concrete because they don't have the money to update it to asphalt. And if they're gonna update something, they're not gonna update it for us lowly people who don't pay that much taxes. It's fine. America's a little bit of a capitalist dystopia. It's fine. We're all doing fine. Gravel roads! Yeah. Driven on plenty of those too. Not a big fan. Not a fan. What did they do to the underside of this umbrella that I'm needing to power wash it right now? It's interesting that they put in concrete to begin with. When did asphalt become like a thing that was very common? Was it just always? Because if it was just always, my understanding is that asphalt is more expensive than concrete. And if that's If that's true, then that is why. That is absolutely why they did it. But it's you that pay the taxes, not the rich. America says what? What? That's not how it works in America. That's not how it works here. As an example, there was a big, in Kansas, there was a really big, not just in Kansas, all across the Midwest. When was that? Was that like 2011, 2009, 2010? There was a huge ice storm all across the Midwest. And like really bad ice storm, like just massive blackouts all across the US. And in my town of in Kansas, the rich people got their power back the same day or within 3 days. And the rest of the town, I literally had friends who it had been 3 weeks and we were back in school and they still didn't have their power. And that's because they prioritized the rich neighborhoods. So we do all pay taxes. I don't know. I don't really, this is not really a problem that I ascribe to individuals in America so much as it is a problem that I think is I'm responding to Yellow Ring. So I don't necessarily hold it against that guy so much as I hold it against, like, where did I put, there you are. Oh yeah, that did happen in Texas earlier this year. Yeah, Florida is really strange because there's a big mix of people. It definitely can be the South though. I think it depends in the same way that like Kentucky's not technically the South, but it's definitely the South. You know what I mean? Concrete is incredibly labor intensive to put in and you have to bring in trucks of concrete mixed. Interesting. You had to learn to ride a bike on gravel roads? Oh my goodness. Yeah, again, I have I have never seen an asphalt road being worked on or being put in until 2010. And that's when in my hometown in Kansas, they put in an asphalt road down like basically the main stretch of like the most used stretch of road, the main stretch of road in town. And that was the first asphalt road that I had like seen in my town. And I remember driving on it and being like, what is this? Cause like all of our roads were, I like legitimately didn't know what a nice road was like because all of our roads are shit in America. They're all really bad. They're all bad roads. I cannot express this enough. Every road is really bad and like, not all of them have giant potholes, but most of them have giant potholes. So I didn't even begin to like understand that there was like what a smooth drive was until that road got put in. Yikes. I mean, yeah. One of the reasons you use asphalt is because it's cheap. Then girl, I got no idea why we were doing that. But like, when has anything that we've ever done made sense? I feel like I'm making the slowest work of this. I feel like this would have been like 3 days later, and I'm still power washing. I mean, I agree with you. I really like asphalt roads. I've loved every asphalt road that I've ever driven on because they tend to be way smoother. I wish that we had more of them. Oops. You know, sometimes people buy things and they buy them in dark colors because it's harder to see the dirt, and I'm a little bit like, yeah, you know, that's why I don't like it as much, you know? Like, I kind of want to, like, sometimes they're like, oh, buy this kitchen counter, you can't see the mess. And I'm like, no, I want to see the mess. I want to know when I need to clean my counters. You know what I mean? Concrete has, yeah, it has a higher carbon footprint, yeah. Yeah, there's a lot of benefits to asphalt. To replace concrete in mid-rises. Outside it makes sense because everything is always dirty. That's definitely true, but not on my kitchen counters. The kitchen counters we have here in this place are the kind that just like, they literally never look dirty. And it's such a problem. It's such a problem. Because it means that every time you clean, you have to wipe literally everything down because you can't tell what's dirty and what's not, you know? So you have to put in way more work, I feel like, in the end. If you're like me and you're cleaning for cleanliness and not just for appearance's sake. Couldn't there be like algae or something on the pond that you want to get off? They're not gonna fill this pond, are they? They're not gonna fill the pond and show me how much better it looks when I'm done here. What I'm learning is that power washing is more difficult than I thought. You didn't know there was a difference between asphalt and concrete until now? Basically same, yeah. It looks like this yard has a pothole. Somebody with 2 low-key ponds and a fountain brook in the backyard and they've never once used a power washer to scrub the algae? Maybe. Yeah, the north-south divide is still very important because it's a... I mean, it's not that there's not, you know, there's all kinds of people everywhere. So it's really hard to kind of lump the people together, but it's really important when considering the kinds of like culture and cultural messages that get taken on, I think. Yeah, so generally the North and the South does refer to the divide between not just slave states. Well, I don't know. Does the North-South divide also refer to which states receded during the Confederacy, or is it just the slave state divide? I'm not entirely sure about that, but oh my god, this is a disgusting pond. But yeah, they have like, we have entirely different economies. We had entirely different kind of ways that the states were governing things, and just the kinds of things people wanted and where they settled are different. And that stuff has a lasting legacy. You know, like America and our distrust of government in general. That hasn't come back to bite us a single time. Yeah. But you can't, you know, like we have it. I mean, we started off that way, didn't we? We started off being like, boo, Britain. So it's not surprising that we still have that now as like a general like thought, even though it manifests differently now than it did back then. It's really interesting, like looking at how history shapes people's general attitudes towards a culture. Again, I've talked before about Russia and how Russian everything is really depressing. And that's because if you look at Russian history, wow, they've never really had a time in the sun. They've never really had a time in the sun. So it's not surprising. It is not surprising in the end. Can I do maybe a slightly bigger nozzle? I can. Man. Oh, man. Oh, man. I feel, yeah. Oh, Russia. Oh, all of the people in Russia. It's not just every time they've tried to modernize, it's that like literally 90% of the population for the entire time Russia has been a thing has experienced nothing but like basically being slaves, being impoverished, famines, plagues. It's just been non-stop for them. It's rough. It is rough over there. I'm like, which is not to say that there's not a lot of really awesome, wonderful, great things about Russian history, but it is to say that generally, like, there wasn't a period of history, you know, like in America, we had like the 1950s and 60s where everything kind of seemed good. We also had the 90s where, like, again, depending on who you were focusing on, everything seemed good. I'm not sure that Russia had one of those moments where, like, at least if they have, I haven't found it yet, and I'm still a beginner in terms of Russian history, so I'm still learning. All right, hang on. Scrolling back up. This game looks satisfying, but you dread to read the list of things not to use when taking it out of the box. Well, that's for, yeah. Kentucky stayed with the Union, was a slave state, and is very southern. Yeah, so maybe then it is just the slave state divide then. But they get super offended if they, yeah. Even the North-South divide is very complicated. Well, yes, sorry. I never said that segregation was just a southern thing. What I said was that the legacies of slavery and like attitudes, state attitudes, and economies, because slavery was the driver not just of the southern economy, but of the entire United States economy, those kinds of things leave a really big impression. That's not to say that like everywhere doesn't have racism, but it is to say that like the kinds of attitudes, the accepted culture, what people have taken with them into the future has changed. So I think it's still like, I think it's still a very important distinction, because when I go to southern states, I'm like, this is like, you know, I'm like, for me, especially as a Midwesterner, it's like one of those things people are like, oh, isn't Kansas just like the South? And I'm like, really, no, because there's so much that's different. Like the food is different, the culture is different, the attitudes are different. In the Midwest, there's really a lot more of a bit of a mixture of ideas, I think. there's just a lot that's culturally different about these huge, broad swaths and regions of the U.S. And one of the reasons that it's so different is because of that slave state versus free state divide. Yeah, and that is definitely not to say that the northern states were like somehow like moral, upstanding, wonderful places just because they didn't have slaves. Those kinds of, even if it's even worse if you're Ukrainian. Ooh. Yeah, I don't really know that much about Ukrainian history. I'm trying to really broaden my understanding of Eastern European history, because for some reason we learn all about Western European history. We don't really learn about the countries of Eastern Europe, which is very sad, I think. Yeah, I've heard that too. Sorry. I've heard, I mean, and it depends. I mean, in the same way that, like, from what I understand how a lot of people feel about, I mean, it gets difficult to talk about, like, you know, these kinds of systems of government in an objective way, especially having grown up in the US, because the information that we get is not always, you know, there's propaganda everywhere. So, like, China puts out propaganda, we put out propaganda, everybody puts out propaganda, generally speaking, in, like, to more or less of an extent. But I have heard that. I have heard from, like, people living, like, again, and it depends on, like, which parts affected you, but in the same way that you can say, like, in the 90s, if you were, like, a white middle-class person, generally speaking, it was probably pretty good for you in America. In the same way, you hear about a lot of people in Russia who are, like, very nostalgic for the Soviet era because, yes, there was all of this bad stuff going on, but their lives were good. Like, and their lives improved a lot more from where it was like during World War II and before, beyond that. I mean, you have to imagine that there's a lot that even just a period of political stability can do for a country, considering that Russia didn't have political stability, like, since, like, what was it? When did the revolution start? I forget, like, since the 1920s, and they didn't have, like, really any meaningful form of political stability. So you can imagine that even just having that can change what it's like for the average person to just try to live day to day and just, like, you know, get food on the table, make ends meet, that kind of thing. Sorry, I do agree, but again, I wasn't trying to say that in any period of history everybody was doing great. I think maybe, I think maybe, try to take some of what I'm saying as, like, more general, because anytime you're talking about history, you're speaking very generally, especially when we're trying to, like, talk about cultures in a very large, like, geographic area with a lot of different complexities the more that you boil down, right? Fun north-south thing with Virginia. Oh, the iced tea. I have to say, I've had some southern iced tea. That stuff is syrup. That stuff tastes like it's thick as syrup. Like, you know, like when you go to the movie theater and they ran out of carbonated water and all you get is the soda syrup, it's like that thick. It's really intense. The Bible Belt is technically both the South and Midwest. It's kind of considered like a strip in the middle of America and sometimes below. It kind of depends on who's asking, but yeah, it's generally considered like middle America and down. Very generally, very generally. You think the South is getting smaller? I think that like, you know, the brand image of the South isn't very good. I see a lot of people like wanting to be like, we're not technically the South. And not just that, but I think that a lot of states are becoming more purple. Like, Kansas is basically a purple state. And they won't tell you that because it's gerrymandered out to hell and back. But Kansas is basically, like, having lived there, it's a purple state. People are fighting about like it's hitting that tipping point, and people are fighting about like the identity of the state and like what it means to be a Kansan now. And so I think that kind of shift is happening, not just in the South, but kind of happening more broadly all across America, is that like, you know, a giant demographic shift is happening. Part of it is just literally just a demographic shift that millennials and Gen Z tend, again, speaking very broadly, but tend to be more democratic than like baby boomers are. They tend to be, at least as far, if we're looking at like percentages, proportions of the electorate, the Republicans tend to be more older, and millennials and Gen Z tend to vote more democratic. And so I think that just as time is going by, we're seeing not only that generational shift, but we're seeing the kinds of like cultural upheaval that comes from a very intense and kind of sharp divide between what things mean. I remember seeing a statistic that said that like millennials and Gen Z like to talk about money a lot more than our like than baby boomers and Gen X did, because they saw it as inappropriate and all of that. But whereas millennials are kind of like, I'm gonna tell you like straight up, we're all struggling, we don't even need to hide it. Like if I'm living in my own house, I'm gonna tell you that my parents paid like a fourth of the down payment or whatever, so that you know, because like we're trying to like not alienate other people, but because like we're all struggling, so if one person's better off, it's kind of a way to ease people's minds. And so that's kind of a thing that millennials have started doing that just wasn't a thing for boomers at all. So it's like really, I don't know, but you can't really attribute it to just one thing. There's so many reasons that this is happening in so many places and regions in the US. The US is huge. We're just geographically, we're so big. We are so big, and every state is different. Every state is very different. JK, kind of. I've heard that a lot. You grew up on sweet tea and you hate it now. It seems like, oh, don't worry, sorry. You weren't being rude. I just wanted to clarify that I wasn't, I guess, just when speaking about history, it's general. I'm not trying to make any conclusive statements. I think I'm not a historian. I don't know how to do that. We weren't hungry. Everyone knew I had a car, but nostalgia is deceiving. Yeah, I mean, like, nostalgia is super deceiving, because, like, I mean, we have all this nostalgia for the 90s, right? And again, generally speaking, the 90s was a period of history where there was, like, I guess, if you're looking at the 90s compared to the 2000s or compared to the 80s, the 90s was a relatively calm period for a lot of people in the US, and certainly, like, pop culture had a more homogenized vision of the United States that it was trying to sell. I think about this a lot when we have like people being like, 90s cartoons were the best, the cartoons of today just can't compare. And I'm like, I mean, come on, guys. I mean, it's fine if you like 90s cartoons the best, but I don't know that we can say that the cartoons these days just aren't the same. I mean, they aren't the same because they're made for a new generation with like a completely different taste in humor, a completely different, like, different stuff that, and also hopefully maybe we realized that, like, you know, raising people on cartoons and television shows that don't indicate that life can be maybe a little bit hard is maybe not good, and maybe we should not do that. I hope that we've realized that now. I feel like that was a big millennial thing for us that we had to go through. We have better sweet tea. Sorry, not sorry. You only need a tablespoon of sugar. Yeah, I'm just generally not a huge fan of sugar. Is there a time when Kansans don't fight over what it means to be Kansan? Literally, we were founded on it. Bleeding Kansas, yo! So yeah, no, we're just... But we're very, honestly, Kansas is one of the kind of nicer places that I've lived in because it, at the time anyways, people knew how to coexist with different viewpoints. So like people, you know, we had our own different viewpoints, but it wasn't like a thing where I felt like hostility from people on a regular basis, I would say. East versus, yeah, even in Seattle or in Washington, Eastern Washington is basically genuinely Kansas. It's very Republican. There's a lot of wheat. There's a lot of farmers. It's like flat and hilly. And then if you go west, it's completely different. Completely like urbanized, mostly a bunch of bedroom communities, which are communities that are like where people live because it's cheaper than they commute to the city, and there's like not really a lot of stores or, you know, it's not really like an actual community. Like, yeah, so it's very different. Sometimes you wonder if it would have been better if the US was divided into countries. I don't think that that would have worked, and the reason that I don't think that that would have worked is that the secret about the US is that we rely on different parts of the US for our economic stability. So there's a lot of states like, and no shade to these states, but like Wyoming, North and South Dakota, there's just like a lot of states that don't necessarily have like a lot of people or any strong industry, and they're just generally kind of poor. And California's out here lugging America on its back, being like, YOLO, we got Silicon Valley, we got Hollywood, we got all the farming, we got all this stuff to help boost the GDP. And it was the same way even back in the day, because slavery was the, hands down, the economic driver of the United States of America. I don't know what else we would have done back then to turn a profit, but like slavery was the thing. And so if that was part of why, you know, we didn't want to separate out the Union, is because we didn't want to be without our economic engine, and obviously a lot of different there were a ton of reasons why we didn't want to split up into two places. But that was part of it, is that the North was reliant on the South for its economy. And fun fact, just because, you know, affirmative action is always kind of misunderstood. That's one of the reasons why affirmative action is a thing, is because literally America's economy was built up off of slavery, and the people who profited from slavery were not the slaves getting to own the profits or getting paid for their own labor. It was, you know, the white landlords who owned the slaves who got to profit off of that monetarily. And so the argument for affirmative action is that basically Black Americans historically experienced a huge amount of wage theft, and then when slavery ended, they were literally just like, go out on your own and figure out your own thing and try to find money and shelter, to the point that a lot of Black Americans just continued to work on the same plantations for pay, because like, I don't know, what are you gonna do? How are you gonna find your way? Nobody helped you. So that's why affirmative action is a thing, is because like all of America as a nation profited off of slavery, except for the people who were actually powering that economic engine. And they want to rectify that. Hashtag reparations. But yeah, just explaining, because I remember running into that question a lot. In Kansas, it was like one of the number one things that like white people would randomly come up to me in like college classes and ask me about, is they're like, yeah, but affirmative action is fake, right? And I'm like, you know, it's not your fault. Nobody told you about what this is about. And, you know, they got their news from sources that, you know, maybe were inaccurate. DuckTales, woo! '90s cartoons were also not perfect. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna catch up because I think I'm actually pretty far behind. Oh yeah. There was a petition recently. So Eastern Washington wanted to split off from Western Washington and become a part of Idaho because they're closer in like political beliefs with Idaho than they are with Western Washington. And to be fair, it is true that Western Washington does, because there's just so many more people in Western Washington, we basically control all of the state government and legislature. So like obviously farmers like in rural areas are going to have very different concerns that they're going to want to see addressed on the state level. And they're not really being accurately represented in our state government, and their concerns are not very often listened to. So they wanted to split off. I think Florida wanted to leave. Texas has wanted to leave for forever. Did California try to leave? So many states have like been like, let's leave. Explain Britain to me then, Chase. Also, California does need outside water, it's true. You learned that from Hamilton. East Oregon, too. Oh, East Oregon also got in on it? Oh, man. That's not gonna happen, though. Although I bet Idaho'd be down for it. Can you imagine America changing the map of what America is like? Because I can't. We're so freaking married to not changing things the way that they've been. Unless it's like in a non-meaningful way. Oh, how strange. How odd. Is Western Australia gonna split off? Are there even that many people living in Western Australia? From what I understand, there aren't. Hey, Volumes. Hell yeah. Maybe I should swap to this one now. I feel like this has taken me a lot longer than the, what, $400 I'm gonna get for it? Grumpy people being grumpy. Well, it's not in their best interest to split off from the state, actually, because again, like, at least in Washington, all of the money comes from the Seattle side, so it's not really in their best interest. Do you want to go be a part of Idaho? I mean, you can, no offense to Idaho, it's just that they aren't gonna have the kind of finances that the western half of Washington has. Idaho is mostly mountains and deer, from my experience with it. And I was in like one of the biggest cities in Idaho. Idaho budget. For a day's work, but you have to think about the material costs. I had to drive here. I gotta supply the soap that I'm not using. I gotta pay for my power washer maintenance. Do power washers need maintenance? If I've been here for 10 hours. Oh, I guess that's still 40 bucks an hour. That's not bad.
I'll support you.
Hey, Frank! I saw that you have this game on Steam, and I was like, that makes sense to me. Thank you for resubscribing. Welcome back to the fold. Yeah. Well, you can get that all deducted, but that doesn't mean that it comes out of your profits, right? I feel like this is part of the misconception about deductions. Like, yeah, you can deduct it, but you still have to pay for it, right? So you're taking money out of the $400 and you're paying for the maintenance on your power washer, so now you don't have to pay taxes on the, I don't know, 50 bucks that you had to spend to maintain your power washer. But that's also 50 bucks you can't use to eat. You know what I mean? It's one of those things with like being content creator, is that it's a little, that whole issue can be really rough because the only way for content creators to get deductions, unless they have a home office, is to write off expenses. But like, that doesn't always mean that you can afford to buy things that would be like useful to have and to write off as an expense, you know what I mean? Because maybe you need to pay rent instead. You could live off ramen with a power. I could if only there were a decent gluten-free ramen out there. Ah, my nemesis, non-gluten-free ramen, or ramen that is not tasting good when gluten-free. I'm so hyped to spontaneously heal my celiac disease and be able to eat ramen again. You have no idea. Making a song for a tax write-off? I don't know. I mean, I can literally explain how tax write-offs work if you want. I don't know if that would be boring for people, but yeah, it's basically like, so the taxes that I pay as a self-employed person are fucking gargantuan. They're like, they're like a fourth of all of the money that I make is just taxes that I have to pay. And then the other third is money that I need, that like generally speaking I need for rent, because rent is a fuck ton of money out here in Seattle, and stuff like that, right? And I have an accountant who helps me with it now, and it's still just that much because there's just not a lot to write off when you're not traveling anywhere, when, you know, you can write off equipment that you purchase for your work, but there's only so much equipment that you need. And then again, on top of that, if you buy something for work, you can't use that money to eat. So it becomes very difficult. So the only way to pay less taxes is to buy more stuff. But if you buy $10,000 worth of stuff, that's $10,000 that isn't going to go to your rent. So yeah, you'll owe maybe a couple thousand fewer taxes at the end of the year, but it's not exactly like your I think it's like a deceptive thing. I think it's a deceptive thing because because you can write something off doesn't necessarily mean that buying something so that you can write it off is the best financial move for you, is what I'm trying to say. Oh, the song explained it really well. Fair. And I don't need to go into it. We are cleaning today. Hi, Ruby! Meh, ramen. They're a better... How dare you? I grew up on instant ramen. I miss it. Would I like to know... Oh, yeah, I would like to know the renovation. Yeah, I would. I think that you're overestimating how much I make, Chase. I think that if you're looking at my overall income and you're looking at where I live, and then I say that I have to pay a fourth of that a fourth of my entire income, a fourth of everything that I make in a year, a fourth of that goes to taxes. That's a lot. And that is a lot of money. Even when I lived below the poverty line, so like in a year when I made $25,000, I still ended up having to pay about $5,000 in taxes still. So in that case, it was only a fifth of my income, sure. But that only left me with $20,000 to live off of for the rest of the year. So it was a problem still. So yeah, that's kind of what I mean by it's deceptive, is that it's like, yeah. Yeah, we like, I also have to pay my own healthcare. I don't get to write off the money that I pay for my own healthcare. There's a lot there to consider. There's a lot there to consider. You guys don't have a lower income line? We do have a lower income line. I had to pay $5,000 on $25,000 of income at the lower income line. That's what I'm saying. So like the overall rate for self-employed people, the general amount that you have to pay in taxes that they tell you to save just for taxes is around like 30%. And again, that's not including like that. I'm not including like other things that like in Canada, you guys might get covered, like health insurance, like Oh, so many wonderful things that you might get to have for free. Yeah. If you don't reach a certain income, you don't pay taxes here. You have to pay taxes in America as long as you are over the poverty line, and the poverty line in America is if you make $15,000 a year, you're over the poverty line. So the poverty line in America is a fucking lie. So yeah, you technically don't have to pay taxes if you make not enough money for literally anybody anywhere to live off of. So yeah, so like where I lived in Seattle, $25,000 was still like after paying my taxes, I was still considered below the poverty line. And they, for a certain I remember for a certain portion of time, they helped me with my health insurance. And then I remember I accidentally earned $75 over the poverty line, and then I started having to pay $350 fucking dollars a month in health insurance, and I couldn't fucking afford it. And that's why my teeth are unhealthy, because I couldn't go to the fucking dentist. I'm sorry, it's fine. It's fine, but my teeth are permanently damaged for the rest of my life, and I've literally lost bone mass, and that's because I couldn't afford to go to the dentist. And it pisses me off because every time I smile, I think about that. Every time I smile, I think about how much I lost my teeth because I couldn't afford to go to the fucking dentist. It's fine, but this is why when I'm saying like, I lived below the poverty line in Washington, I'm not saying that as like a, haha, I lived below the poverty line in Washington, isn't that funny? I probably wouldn't have almost died if I had been able to afford health insurance that I could go see. Teeth are overrated. Soup is god tier. See, this is why I like my ramen. This is why I like my ramen. You don't pay taxes on that initial amount in America either. It's just that initial amount is so little. The other thing is that in America, self-employment taxes are calculated differently from federal taxes. So like your federal tax write-offs, or your deductions that you get to take for your federal tax, self-employment tax is a separate thing that you have to pay no matter what, and the deductibles that you can take there are all exclusively related to your business. On top of that, you also have to pay federal tax, and if you live in a state that has a state income tax, you also have to pay state tax. Or not that has a state income tax, but just has a just your state asks for taxes in general. Washington doesn't ask for taxes, so I don't have to pay state taxes here. But if you live in a state where you have to pay taxes to your state, then you also have to pay state taxes. So self-employment taxes on their own are about 33-35% of your overall income, and then you still end up having to pay federal tax and state income tax on all of your taxes. So it's a lot of money, and you don't get health insurance. You have to pay for your own health insurance too, which is generally speaking several $100s a month. It's fine, but it's not fine. Hi, Havoc. I like my men raw, my raw men. Yeah, it's fine. I don't have very happy memories of not being able to afford things though. So every year that like self-employment taxes, those came along were like a really big stressful period because I literally didn't know if I had enough money to be able to pay them a lot of the time, just because, and it wasn't that I wasn't trying to save everything that I could. I mean, again, I literally, this is not a fun memory, but I literally started trying to only eat 1 to 2 meals a day because I couldn't afford enough food. So it wasn't that I wasn't trying to save money to still pay my taxes. It was just that I never knew whether I had saved enough to be able to pay it all off. It was very stressful. It was a bad time. So yeah, it's technically only a fourth of the income. I think that again is a very deceptive picture. It depends on what amount of income you're imagining I have. If you're thinking I make like $100,000 a year, only a fourth of that would be incredible, but that is not the case. And I said a fourth of my overall, my income, not my like profits, a fourth of everything that I made. So discounting expenses, I had to pay a fourth of what I earned in taxes. discounting money that I couldn't, like, that I didn't actually have access to, if that makes sense. Anyways. For base purposes, employment income is employment. In America, so in America, the way that it works is your employer pays half of your Social Security taxes and the employee pays the other half. So if you're an employee working at a regular job in America, the amount of taxes that get taken out of your pay, some of that is what's supposed to go to your Social Security and Medicare, and then your employer matches that basically. So the amount that your employer is paying for your yearly income is actually slightly higher because they pay for your health insurance and they pay the other half of the taxes. So self-employed people have to pay both the employee half of those taxes and the employer's half of those taxes for themselves. And on top of that, we don't get unemployment insurance. So even though we pay in that amount, and for a person in a regular job that's employed by a company, part of that amount goes to like collective unemployment insurance, and like that's where it pulls from when you become unemployed. Like that's where the state pulls from, is the taxes that you're paying in to pay for your unemployment insurance. That's why self-employed people don't get unemployment benefits when they're unemployed, because that's not covered. We don't have an employer who pays into that for us, so we don't get anything when we're unemployed in America. Anyways, so yeah, I hope that enlightens all the tax law. Yeah, that's real volumes. It's technically optional? Interesting. So do self-employed people still get unemployment insurance, or do they still get to opt into those programs in Canada? That'd be nice if you guys do. I don't see why they shouldn't be able to. In America, we're like, they're lying! And all that, so. If you pay into it, yes. Interesting. Those are apart from federal and provincial income tax. Interesting. I know that the tax rate in Canada is really high. But then again, you also get free healthcare, so. And do you guys have free university tuition in Canada as well, or no? Is that just Europe? And sales tax. Yeah. I guess only Oregon I know of that doesn't have sales tax. We have like a 10% sales tax here, I think. That's about how much it is. Oh yeah, I assumed that was the case, volumes. Anytime I hear that somebody's sleeping on a couch, I'm like, that probably wasn't your first choice. I assume that wasn't your first choice. Yeah, that's what I understand, is that most places pay higher taxes. The thing is that, like, for what we get out of our taxes in the US, we have a really ridiculously high tax rate, especially on the like lower class people who aren't making that much money. We have a really high tax rate, considering like that doesn't guarantee that you're gonna experience any of the benefits. I mean, again, like our roads were broken in Kansas. They took all of the money out of our education system statewide. You know what I mean? So we were still paying taxes. We were, but that doesn't mean that we were actually getting anything out of it. For the effort. for the money that was being put in. So I think that's the thing. Like, yeah, we have a low tax rate, but does this count as? Aha! Wow, that actually, Chase, that actually sounds kind of similar to American federal tax rates, so that's kind of surprising for me. There we go. There we go. Okay, I gotta go get my little stool. It's nice that I remembered to bring a stool with me. I mean, yes, we have very, very high property taxes. We have, at least here in Washington, we have very high property taxes. There's a lot of people losing their houses because they can't afford to pay the property taxes right now. That's how Washington pays for a lot of its stuff, is just all property taxes. That's why the rent won't stop going up. Okay. Well, the roof still hasn't shined, so I don't know which spot I'm missing on it. Oh, the top. There we go! That's local taxes? Yeah, that's local taxes for ours as well. So that would go under state taxes, and sometimes property taxes, like for firefighters, police stations, hospitals, that can all come out of property taxes. But generally, it's state taxes for education, for water, roads. I mean, not really necessary. I mean, it depends for water because. You know, utilities owned by private companies, so it can really depend on the state. It's a short explanation here, too. My 6 tips for being awesome? Is that a serious question, or do you want, like, an actual answer? I don't know that I've ever thought about, what I would think tips for being awesome are. Called Good Job? What's it about? It's about cleaning. I mean, I'll play a game if it's about cleaning. Rude of them to put dirt down there. There is microscopic dirt that I cannot see. I mean, I guess that is true. There we go. Don't want it to be stressful. Yeah, no worries. I just wasn't sure. And just ran with it. My 6 tips for being awesome. What do I think makes somebody awesome? What do I think makes a person awesome? I would say... Oh, interesting. Interesting. That does sound kind of fun. I'll check it out. I'll see if I can get a chance to grab it. It might take me a bit, but I'll see. Oh, no, I'm sorry, I didn't. I must have missed it. I'm sorry, Frank. The 6 number was the more ridiculous side of it. I feel like my tip for being awesome would be to read books. Probably. Read books and learn foreign languages. I think those two things are really easy shortcuts to becoming an awesome person, because both of those things are really gonna... I mean, read good books with scientific evidence on them, and read them with critical thinking. But, yeah, I feel like that's a whole thing. In my experience, learning foreign languages is really just a wonderful way to become, like, just a better person, like a more accepting person, more open-minded, to become more used to, like, making mistakes, to become more comfortable with yourself, to become more comfortable with other people's differences, kind of. To really push yourself outside of your comfort zone. Critical thought is imperative. Learning foreign languages is easy. Was it easy? Was it supposed to be easy tips? Oops. I heard 6 tips. I think 6 tips is anything. You'll never be awesome because you took 2 years of French and never learned anything. I mean, you can learn a language at any time. You can always learn more. Learning other languages is hard. It is really hard. But that's kind of exactly why I think that it's so good. Because, like, if you can figure out how to learn a language and how to push it, because it is hard. It's really hard. And it can be embarrassing. It can be uncomfortable. It can be, you know, if you're not used to, you know, improv is another way you can get used to this. But if you're not used to, like, making mistakes and that being an acceptable thing on your path to learn, languages and improv are both really great ways to become comfortable with, like, failing and failing big and, like, that being okay. And I think that's, like, a really, really critical, like, if I could gift that to people, I would, because it's such a freeing thing and it helps people really, like, reach their full potential when they're not afraid of making mistakes and they don't judge themselves and, like, it's all okay. So that's one of the reasons that foreign languages are important, but also because they're so difficult, they're so hard to learn. If you can figure out how to do that, you learn so much about yourself, about your learning style, about discipline, about, like, committing to something for a long stretch of time and setting routines, speaking to people with, like, completely different perspectives to you and learning about completely different cultural perspectives. It's all hard, but I think all of those things make a huge difference to, like, to your experience of the world, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. You created your own language? Oh, that's awesome. 2 easy shortcuts. Oh, is that what I said? My bad. I think that they're easy in terms of, like, it's just one thing that you need to do. So I think that's easy. It's the one thing, the one easy step. I don't think I'm cleaning. Oh, okay. Ah. I mean, well, learning a language never stops, so it does technically take your whole life. Because, you know, it's something, you know, being a lifelong learner, that's just a thing. You can be a life. You never really master a language. I mean, you haven't. I don't think any of us here have mastered English, despite the fact that for most of us it's our native language. And I don't think that that's really the expectation. Oh, let me see what you were saying, Frank. The true nitty-gritty of the situations that they're dealing with? Oh, that's interesting. We would have to find like an actual, like we'd have to find like an actual renovation-based show, like Property Brothers or something, where they like, or like Flip That House, something like that, where you can like tell us what we're actually dealing with there, you know? Wasn't improv originally pioneered as therapy? I don't know if it was originally pioneered as therapy. I do know that drama therapy is a thing, though. Drama therapy is a for real thing. You don't want to look dumb in front of people who have it as their native language. That's definitely not really how people look at it. Cheers, Mysterio. Demo day. Maybe demo day is the one that we're going for. You want to learn about how not to mess up a house? Same. I agree. Yeah, because definitely, because like, so here's the thing is that like, English is the #1 used language all over the world, right? It just is. So there's a lot of people who like kind of have to learn English if they want to navigate the world, because that's just the language of travel in a lot of places at this point. But if you as an American, especially as an American, or just as somebody who's a native English speaker, if you come in to a foreign country and you show that you've been putting effort into trying to learn the language, you will not, you're almost never going to run into anybody who is upset about anything. They know when you speak, right? Because we all have accents when we speak. They know when you speak that you're a foreigner. So if you mess up any little like social rules about like, oh, you're not supposed to say this, or you're not supposed to speak impolitely to somebody like that, the expectations that are going to be set for you are going to be different, because they know they're you know, just like you wouldn't judge somebody who came in and isn't a native English speaker for like having bad grammar. You wouldn't be like, oh, well that means, you know, you'd just be like, oh, it's not your native language. That makes sense. So it's very much the same way for everybody else. There's really not a lot of judgment that I've run into. But that discomfort with making mistakes is kind of exactly what I mean. You can't learn a foreign language if you don't become comfortable with making mistakes and sometimes not knowing what you're talking about and saying things wrong. You will never learn with that holding you back. And I think that learning how to get past that is one of the most valuable things that a foreign language can give anybody. I mean, yeah, yes, that does happen, sorry, but the thing about those people is that they're gonna be dicks to you no matter what, right? Like the kinds of people who do that are the kinds of people who do that no matter what, and they're not the kinds of people whose opinions really, like, matter. If they're gonna be people who are gonna make fun of other people for stuff like that, then they're probably just kind of shitty people, from my perspective. Yeah. What do you mean SLA? I mean, I agree, Wonka. But yeah, the thing is that people who make fun of like people's accents and how they speak are racists. They're racists. They're not people who are like, that's why it doesn't matter, because they would find something to dislike about these people no matter what. It's not how they talk that's the actual problem. It's that they're foreign that is the problem for those people. So they're gonna make fun of them. They're gonna be mean to those people no matter what. So like, yeah, there are those people anywhere, but those are not gonna be the majority of the people that you're running into. Especially like within the language learning community, you kind of only run into people who are open-minded, who are learning other languages. At least like language learning by virtue of like what it is tends to be a process that selects for certain kinds of people. And those kinds of people tend to be people who are more open-minded, more accepting of other people's cultures. Also, just traveling to foreign countries and learning foreign languages has been proven through science to make you like more accepting as a person and more open-minded as a person as well. So, don't learn French. Are French people really bad about it? I've never learned French. You know Japanese people who hate it when white people try to speak Japanese. But I mean like, how do they dislike it when they learn Japanese? Because there's also, like, with Japanese in particular, there is also a certain kind of fetishization of that culture and language. And that is a problem. Like, I don't like it when people from foreign countries come up to me and are like, yo, what up, my dog, gangsta? Like, I don't like that. And that's because what they're doing is you know, it's not that they're speaking English poorly that I'm mad about. That's not the problem there that I'm upset about. So yeah. If anybody offered classes on them, that's fair. And turning an attached garage into living space like I am. I've actually seen that happen a bunch of time on renovation shows, Frank. But only with, like, actual designers designing it. Oh, that's fair. I'm definitely not saying that anybody's fears are unsubstantiated. If you're afraid of something, you're afraid of something. And I'm not trying to say that your fears are wrong, but I am trying to say that those fears shouldn't stop you, because just because some people are definitely dicks doesn't mean that everyone is gonna be that way. Yeah, that's what I'm trying to say. Second language acquisition. You're a little hesitant to recommend making mistakes. What do you mean then? At a point, perfect practice makes perfect. But that comes very well into the language learning journey in a way that like most of the people that like I'm talking to in this chat right now are not at that point where they're trying to like become 100% fluent, where perfect practice would very much help, especially when you're trying to learn like how to speak, just how to construct sentences. When you're trying to do that period of just like, what does a word, how do I reach for words in a foreign language and construct them together according to the proper grammar in my head? That's really where making mistakes comes in. And I'm not suggesting people go out and make a bunch of mistakes on purpose. I'm just saying that you become comfortable with making mistakes because you understand that it's a part of the process of learning. And you stop demanding perfection from yourself, because language is not really something that you can be perfect at. Nobody's really perfect at languages, and what being perfect at a language even means really differs depending on who you're talking to. That is a problem. Oh, in the DIY. Yeah, I haven't seen people do that in the DIY space. That would be very strange. Sorry. If that was, oh my God, seriously, to like foreigners coming up to me trying to speak African American vernacular English, yes, absolutely. That has happened multiple times. Blackness is a thing that gets fetishized out in the rest of the world. I mean, just look at the export of like hip hop into K-pop and stuff like that. There's a lot of kind of unfortunate, you know, we export things and not always good things. But yeah, that has definitely happened to me. Yeah, man, the Academy I don't even know how to say that. Francais? I like feel like, in a way, I'm kind of glad that they exist to be like the enemy of everything I believe in about grammar. They're like a very interesting, it's like kind of interesting to have them there and be like, wow, I disagree with everything that you stand for, and like the effects of you existing is kind of why, but like, I mean, I get why, yeah, it's like, it's fine. It's fine. I'm a very, linguistics and language are one of the places where I actually spend a lot of my time, how do I say? Social movements can manifest themselves in languages and grammar, and who thinks like what correct language is, like what is proper English, what is correct English, all of that. I spend a lot of my time trying to kind of deconstruct. It's one of the reasons why when I'm talking on Discord, I don't talk in proper English. First of all, I can't be arsed. I can't bother. Why would I? I'm just trying to talk to people, right? But second of all, because like language should be this creative thing. Like people who are like, LOL, when Facebook first happened and everybody was like, chat speak, it's destroying the American English, blah, it's bad. You're missing out on like this whole spectrum of language that is creative, like the part of making slang, the part of experimenting with how words go together, with how grammar works, with doing that for comedic effect, with doing that to communicate your ideas better, with doing that to achieve a certain sound. You know what I mean? I think it's descriptivist. I think that means that I'm descriptivist when it comes to language, and I'm not a prescriptivist, which prescriptivists are the people who are like, this is what grammar is, and this is what language is, and this is the proper way, and if you do it wrong, you're bad. Do popcorn. There is a bit of a xenophobia problem in Japanese culture, but generally from what I've understood from my friends who've actually gone to Japan and like spent some time there either teaching, or one of my friends was a missionary and, you know, living there and experiencing it there, it's not a thing where they, like, again, they understand that you're coming there as a foreigner, so it's not, they don't attach the same expectations to you as you would if you were trying to live in and assimilate into Japan. And at that point, they're like, well, if you're gonna live in Japan, you need to follow Japanese culture, which I think is kind of fair, to an extent. So, meh. Yes, that's the other thing, is that it tends to be that people who learn second languages, as they progress through learning their second language, they tend to end up becoming better speakers, I guess more correct speakers than native speakers, because we all learned as freaking babies. So we didn't have to spend a lot of time integrating the grammar heavily into our heads. We just kind of absorbed it. And now a lot of us are like, where do I put the commas in this sentence, right? We don't like have 100% understanding of where things are supposed to go because we didn't have to study it in the same way. So people tend to end up becoming better speakers often than a lot of native speakers because of the amount of effort that they put in. Better. spend too much time making sentences and not enough time intaking natural sentences. Oh, that's very interesting. I've never heard that before. How many times on average would I say that I cuss per day? I cuss for comedic effect. I cuss if I'm angry. I cuss if I've hurt myself, and I cuss on stream a lot. I don't think that I actually cuss very much by myself. It is primarily a tool that I use for comedic effect, or when I'm angry or hurt, but mostly for comedic effect. So I don't actually cuss. I cuss way more on stream, I think, than I do off, which is funny. An interesting conversation to have with a 9-year-old. Frances? I don't know. Francois. Languages are made by people, not institutions. The cool new slang was AAVE. I mean, that all of slang, from my understanding, all of slang comes from black and queer people. Tends to be black queer people specifically, all the slang comes from. But from my understanding, basically, like, if there's a slang or a phrase that has come into the popular consciousness, most of the time, for Americans, most of the time that's where it comes from. We take all of our slang. Like, canceled was a thing that black people created, and it also meant something different back then than it does now. I agree, Wonkith. I agree. I would have studied linguistics if I was, you know, if I could go back and redo my English degree. Maybe I would have double majored. Prescriptivism is a pox, I agree. I speak American. The xenophobia is definitely real, but at a certain point you find ways to make it work in your favor. Interesting. Oh, hi, Don. You have clips of the angry cussing, yeah. And that how much they cuss, that's you? I've never seen a movie with a stereotypical mobster Italian. I'm sorry, I've never seen one. I don't actually know. The quality of your cussage. You're making a package for me? What the heck? That's so nice, Dawn. Sometimes I feel like I want to swear less, but then sometimes I'm like, it's just a word. It's fine. I get, you know, words mean different. If somebody is uncomfortable with me cussing, I don't cuss in front of them, and that's about where it is. And then if it doesn't matter, I will cuss for comedic effect. I just think that cuss words are very good for comedic effect. It's much better to say something's fucking blank than to say something's very blank. You know what I mean? I don't think that it needs to be put in terms of being good or bad with your language for cussing, right? It's a thing of like, who around you is comfortable with it. Then let's not assign, like, I think that's the kind of the weirdest thing about language for me, is that based off how people talk, we assign character traits to them, right? And so people who curse a lot, people are like, oh, that means that you're XYZ, and it depends on what their association with cursing is. And like, yeah, it's seen as like a bad thing, and like you're a bad person, or you're like, I don't know, low born or whatever. I think, like, again, this is kind of where I'm very intentional in my use of my language a lot of the time. Again, one of the things I'm trying to normalize y'all, because it fills a lexical gap in the English language, and I just find it really interesting that, like, we judge people so heavily based on whether they fit what a bunch of old white people think is the way that everybody should talk. I mean, it's not surprising to me that we have this, but it is strange. I haven't seen Master of Disguise. It might be very random. That's okay. Fudge is better than fuck? Mm. Oh, sugar. Oh, darn tootin'. Oh, ooh, okay, Ellering. A semantic and a pragmatic perspective? Go on. Because it's not pragmatic to cuss all the time because some people get upset by it. I mean, it's definitely a thing. I definitely alienate people from the stream because I'm comfortable cussing. That's true. They're sentence enhancers. Yeah, yeah. I feel that, well, see, but that's the thing. I mean, I guess that's the thing about me, though. That's the thing about me as a person, is that I'm just like, listen, I am just this way. And if that makes you uncomfortable, if like my behavior in some way makes you uncomfortable and I can stop doing that behavior and it's not compromising like who I am, then I'm not gonna do it. Like, why would I want to make you uncomfortable, obviously? But also, at the same time, like, I just am who I am. And if people are going to judge me differently for the way that I talk or look or behave, well, first of all, I had to already get comfortable with that because I'm black. So I know already that a lot of the people that I talk to, I mean, I can see it. I can tell when it happens. I know that a lot of the people that I talk to might automatically assume something about me because of the way that I look. So maybe because of that, I'm a lot less affected by like, oh no, what will people think of me if I do X, Y, Z? But I'm also just like I have a strong enough personality that I'm like, I'm gonna do what I'm gonna do. And if you know what's best for you, then you will judge me based off of how I behave and who I am, and you're not gonna judge me based off of a bunch of like signifiers that don't actually have anything to do with who I am. But that is a process for the other person to figure out. And if they are a kind enough person, and maybe, I don't know what the word is, open mind, I don't know. If they're a person who can do that, then they're a person that's like cool with me. And if somebody is going to approach me and they're going to treat me differently because I'm dressed, acting, talking, whatever in a certain way, and they're gonna make assumptions about my personality, well, they're wrong, and that's only going to shoot themselves in the foot in the long run. Because it becomes very quickly evident, I think, that, I mean, again, I see it when it happens. I love like going up to, God, I love going up to people at parties, like where I don't know anybody and I'm just like standing around, you know, and I strike up a conversation with a guy standing next to me or something, and I love and I hate, but I love and I hate it, the moment when I say something that indicates that I'm intelligent and I see them go and like try to hide that they were surprised that I was intelligent. But that is actually very frequent. I would say that happens at least once per party I go to. So like, that's kind of what I mean. I'm like, you guys, like, people are gonna see, especially like as a black queer woman in the games industry that's run like where, like, when you go to a party, it's mostly white guys in the room. They have a lot of assumptions about whether you're intelligent, whether you know as much as them, or whether, like, they have a lot of assumptions. And I both relish the moment when I prove them wrong and also really hate it. It's a thing. Yeah, I mean, the problem for me is that, I mean, it is a chill stream for me, but I guess these are just like, these are my average everyday life experiences, right? So for me, they're really chill because this is what I deal with every day. For other people, that might not be very chill because for other people, maybe they don't have to deal with the same things every day. But this is chill for me, so I'm not gonna change my definition of chill to make other people more comfortable, necessarily. Especially considering that whole, like, again, that really long talk about, like, the differences between, like, black and white and German cultures that I did on Twitch and YouTube a really long time ago, which there's a VOD if you want to go listen to that, because there was a lot of stuff about racism and like perceptions of people in there. But especially when it comes to the fact that conflict for a lot of people, any kind of conflict they perceive as a threat, and I don't inherently, or any kind of disagreement, any kind of, I don't see that many things as conflict. I see conflict as a very beneficial good thing, and I see open discussion as a very beneficial good thing. And so, just based off of my own friends that I've known, some people perceive even just talking about a topic that might make somebody feel sad is the same thing as like conflict, like they perceive it as a threat. And I do not feel the same way. But that's definitely a personal thing. I don't think that that's something, like, I think that line's gonna differ for everybody. Do I drink loose leaf tea? Yeah, I have little strainers that I can put the tea in. Cussing will hurt you with viewership. Yeah. If your intent when swearing is to offend, I mean, if I wanted to offend someone, then I would offend them. I feel like. Impossible. This is thoughts time. This is being comfortable with your own thoughts only out loud. I mean, that's kind of. Oh, that's how you chill. That's fair. That's a very valid way of chilling. That's a super valid way of chilling. And I have moments too where I'm like, it's distraction time. Like, you know, I have those moments too. Yeah, I guess it's just, for me, having to perform the emotional labor of pretending or, like, I don't know, talking around a lot of stuff, that's very tiring. So that feels less chill for me personally. Open discussion does require trust. It's true, it's true. Well, I don't know. Does it require, I mean, open discussion does require trust in order for it to function well. I absolutely agree there. And I guess it depends on the kinds of relationships that you're having with people too. I don't know. I just think it's really weird. I don't know. But again, I'm not, you know, I'm not fully culturally, like, I'm not the stereotypical cultural, I'm not the stereotypical American culturally. So I just like don't really get a lot of that. So I have far too many other ways to do that. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, Dawn. You're the dog in that "this is fine" meme. We've all been that dog. If there's no trust, you can share, but I don't think you can really listen. I mean, I don't know. I guess it really depends on what kind of situation we're talking about. I don't know. Maybe I have the wrong image in my head when you're saying that. Because I do agree that that is very necessary, but I guess maybe I'm thinking a little bit less intense with the kinds of conversational topics. And for me, maybe, I don't know. You put up yeah, you did put up a... But at the same time, we can have conversations about difficult topics without there necessarily needing to be an emotional component to it, right? Or maybe, yeah, this is why I'm like, maybe I'm thinking of a different kind of concept. Well, I hope you're enjoying it, Dawn. It was at least fun for me to put together. Civil discourse, being able to share ideas and thoughts without the idea of people blowing up because you disagree with your viewpoint or vice versa. Oh, if that's what you're meaning by trust, then yes, I agree. Because you need to have trust that, like, the conversation that everybody is having, Like that everybody is there genuinely to try to have the conversation, and nobody's gonna be like, not to play devil's advocate or anything, but, which is, in my opinion, like, devil's advocacy is a thing that deserves a very particular time and place to be brought up, and when you're trying to have group discussions is not the time to play devil's advocate. Unless it's the kind of thing where you're like trying to solve a problem and you guys are like, is this the right solution? And you're like, I don't know, let's see how many, like, let's try to find everything wrong with it so we can see if this really is the right solution. Like, that's a good time. Or if you're like having a philosophical debate and you're trying to like examine things from all angles, that's a good time. Generally not a good. But so there's lots of like bad faith things that can happen, right? In like group conversations where like somebody's clearly not there to listen. They're just there to rant at you. They're there to try and derail the conversation. All of that kind of thing can happen. Contrarian for the sake of it, oof. That's a little rough. Trust in you and the community and assuming that people will try to understand. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. You cannot have a good conversation if you're not trusting that people are going to try to hear you and like, you know, give you the benefit of the doubt that like we're just here to talk. But I guess like, but that's kind of, I don't know. That's the thing that frustrates me about conflict is that I feel like for some people, like, the idea of discussion and conflict are the same, like, or disagreement and conflict are inherently the same. They think that they're the same thing. And I don't think disagreement and conflict are the same thing. Oh God, what was I even reading? I was reading like, you know, it's a long story. I'm looking into communication for reasons. I'm looking into like what we like scientifically, what we've like, what's the lore on communication? What are the like scientifically proven ways that we have to communicate and all that, right? And one of the things that I came across was that this perception that conflict isn't disagreement, it is the perception of threat. And so two people don't need to agree to be in conflict, like to agree that there is a conflict to be in conflict. And also two people getting heated and like yelling at each other and disagreeing with each other very intensely doesn't have to be a conflict either, because what matters is whether somebody perceives that there is like a threat, whether they're getting like activated into fight or flight, whether they feel like the conversation is like a lot more than a conversation, I guess. It has the same energy. It has the same energy. It does a little bit have the same energy. Honestly, Yellow Ring, please take your time. Like, To Be With You, I know with To Be With You, I've written a game that is only really accessible to people who are in a specific emotional place. And I really like, yeah. Don't worry. I do not, like, I wrote it. I understand. I understand. Oh, that's nice, Don. A new book? Oh, the one that you linked in the Discord? It's good to look at things from every possible angle, but again, like, I think that you need to be in a conversation with somebody where that is the expectation. And a lot of the times I think people bring up devil's advocacy not because they're trying to sincerely explore the conversation from all angles, because in most of the conversations that I have where devil's advocacy is brought up, it's not a conversation where we're trying to examine the problem from all angles. It's usually a conversation where people are they're expressing their own feelings on a certain matter. Maybe there's been a disagreement and people are just kind of talking about it to, you know, to really to understand where the other person is coming from, or to share their own feelings on the matter and their own ideas. And then somebody comes in and is like, well, not to play devil's advocate, but don't you think that your perspective is maybe a little bit wrong? Because if you think about it, and like, that's not good faith, because that's definitely like only going to stir up conflict. If everybody's coming in and being like, my perspective is this, and then one person's like, what about the most controversial perspective? Because the way I see it, your perspective is actually controversial. Like, that's, yeah, of course that's obviously going to be bad. And unfortunately, that's the way a lot of people use devil's advocacy. You were brought up to, I was brought up to engage in a way that doesn't bring conflict as well. Not that you would be able to tell anymore, because I'm really intense about I'm really upfront with conflict now because I learned that it doesn't work. Is why. Here's the thing. I think maybe avoiding conflict in that way or not engaging with conflict, I think maybe that works if you're not black. If you're not black. I don't know. I mean, I can't know. I can't know. So like, that's my guess. I'm like, does it work if you're not? Maybe it just doesn't work for anybody. I don't know. But I know that for me, it doesn't work because it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter how gently I approach people. Some people will have the perception that I'm approaching angrily or that I'm like, if I'm bringing up a viewpoint that's different from theirs, no matter how nicely I phrase it, some people are going to perceive that as me attacking them because of my skin color and because of potentially, like, if we're talking about racism and I have a differing opinion and I'm trying to be really gentle and like I'm being very, and I'm like, you know, some people in general, sometimes, you know, and I'm trying to be as vague as possible. It doesn't work. So I went through that for like, until I was like somewhere in my mid-20s. And then I realized that some people just take advantage of that. Like when you're trying to be really nice about conflict, they will use that against you to cut you off. And then some people just don't even, like, they will see what you're doing as aggressive no matter what, because some people have those predispositions in their head. So now I'm not tone policing myself. I don't tell myself how I need to talk about it anymore. And as you guys know, I'm a very passionate speaker. I'm very emotive and I get really energetic when I talk and I get really intense about things. And you guys know that about me. That's just an aspect of my personality. And I've embraced that because I'm tired. I am so tired of policing my own tone to try to make it so that maybe some people will hear me better. I've just learned that the people who want to listen will hear me, and the people who don't want to listen won't hear me no matter how nicely I try to say it. So, I don't know. You brought up that point. Like, I was also raised in that way, and I feel betrayed that I was raised in that way. I'm like, that didn't work. Why did you raise me like that, you know? Fight, flight, freeze, and there's actually a fourth one, but I don't remember what it is. Oops. Looking at all sides isn't acceptable ever. I don't think that it's not acceptable ever, but the other thing, Chase, about like devil's advocacy is that, like you were saying, I think that there needs to be a huge amount of trust built up before you can have somebody start bringing in like kind of devil's advocacy-ish positions and trust that they're doing that in a beneficial way and not in a way that's meant to shut down the conversation. So that just comes with like getting to know a person, or again, heading into a conversation knowing like, hey, like I'm just thinking about this topic and I just kind of want to explore the topic. Like, I'm just thinking about this thing. It's not something that I feel personally connected to. It's not something I came into this conversation upset about, which is where I see a lot of people bringing up devil's advocacy, which is weird. Like, obviously, if somebody's upset about something, they're just wanting to talk about it because they're upset. They're not wanting to talk about it to get their beliefs challenged. And, like, having their beliefs challenged should come at a time when they're not already when they haven't already expressed that they're upset. Like, it's obviously not going to go well if they've already, you know what I mean? So I think that there needs to be that kind of trust there, that you can believe that the person you're talking to genuinely wants to explore that topic. And I think that it's a lot higher of a level of trust than maybe the people that I've known who've played devil's advocate think. To be fair, I think I've only known one person in my personal life who was sincerely trying to play devil's advocate. All of the other guys, I later learned, just believed the thing they were devil's advocacying. So, They were using it more as like a, this isn't my belief because I know people would hate it if they found out that I didn't like black people. But what if black people deserve it? Like, I'm just like, okay. But then again, that comes from growing up in Kansas where like those are the kinds of conversations people have. You have found that avoiding conflict doesn't work? Well, I don't think avoiding conflict ever works. The thing about conflict is that just because you're avoiding it or not addressing it doesn't mean it goes away, right? If conflict is the perception of threat and you don't want to engage in the conflict, that other person is still going to see whatever the conflict is about as a threat to them, right? So if you're not addressing that, obviously that's going to cause problems. It doesn't go away unless the person is able to stop seeing it as a threat and like forgive and forget in some manner. But that doesn't often happen. Mostly like conflicts lie beneath the surface and then blow up days later and you don't know why the person's mad at you. You know what I mean? De-escalation does not always work. Knowing the right time, Shazzy saying, yeah. I agree with you kind of agree with you, Chase, in terms of the yelling, because like yelling for me is the same way. If somebody yells at me, I instantly am like, you know, obviously we're not gonna be able to have a productive conversation. I do think that sometimes people think that I'm yelling when I'm not, and that is frustrating. I think that there's a lot that you can unpack from that. But also at the same time, one of my best friends growing up is Puerto Rican, and in her culture, yelling is so normal that like you yell even when you're not upset. You know what I mean? Like they yell when they're having any kind of conversation, and the yelling is the thing. And like yelling is not perceived as something that is aggressive necessarily. Like there's a kind of yelling that's aggressive for her, and not all yelling is that. Whereas in America, it seems to be a lot more that like anybody raising their voice is perceived as yelling, and as aggressive and hostile. So yeah, yelling is one of those things that I feel really like strange about, because I experience yelling as threatening. But again, my friend growing up, it was like one of my first experiences with just having to really accept something about another culture that I have to be like, okay, I'll probably never understand this. I'll probably like never really get it, and I'll probably never be fully comfortable with it. But for her and like where she comes from, yelling is normal, and it's not scary. It's not threatening. It doesn't even mean people are mad. And so I don't know that I agree with the fact that like all humans are that way. I agree that I think all humans are wired to respond to other humans who are acting aggressively. And I think that the problem there is that what appears aggressive to us is subjective. And so all humans will get your guard up if somebody's coming at you aggressively. If they're walking towards you aggressively, but the problem is that for some people, a black guy walking down the street is aggressive because they have a lot of negative associations towards black men specifically. Or like a black man walking down the street at night is very scary. Whereas for other people, like even yelling isn't considered scary. Somebody getting up in your face might not be considered scary to another, might not be considered threatening to another person, might not be considered aggressive, which is, I mean, okay, but like it is something that is subjective. And so I think that's where it comes in. Oh, fawn. There you go. Yeah, fawn. Fight, flight, freeze, or fawn. I know, I'm totally gonna get fired off the power washing job. I agree. Well, and I also think that there's a difference between like avoiding conflict and avoiding, because there's like, you know, some, not all conflicts are good ones. I think conflicts can be a very healthy, normal part of a functioning relationships. I think conflicts are not abnormal. I think conflicts are inevitable, and I think that you need to handle conflicts responsibly when they come up, and you need to handle them in a healthy way. You need to make sure that the way that you're handling it is not, not a way that the other person is perceiving as a threat. You need to, you know, you need to make sure that you're hearing the other person out, and you guys are actually working towards a solution. That's good conflict. When it becomes a fight is when I would say that the purpose of the conversation is not actually to try and solve anything or to hear somebody out, express oneself, find a solution. Like, that's not the point. The point is that I'm mad and I want to punish you, and I'm going to yell, scream, stomp, throw, hurt, whatever. And I don't think that those two things are the same thing, because one is basically a power trip, a tantrum to help somebody feel better, and the other one is a conflict that you're trying to resolve. I don't think that they're the same thing, and I think it does a lot of, it is unfortunately harmful to people to automatically equate the two things all the time, because it means that sometimes you're scared of conflict that ultimately, like, could probably just be a nice calm conversation with somebody, and you can like solve it, and it would be sorted out pretty quickly as long as you guys just addressed it respectfully. But you know, that does depend on both people being able to handle conflict well and being able to handle their own emotions and to have conversations. So it's not surprising that it doesn't go well all the time. Yeah, conflict is a whole thing. Ooh, good luck, Yellering. We yell 100% of the time. We've had this conversation before. Yeah, Cece. Yeah, it is a common clash. I think especially here, it's a common clash. Some conflicts have no winners. But like some conflicts, like there's no way of winning, you know? Some conflicts, like the end of the conflict is we have to agree to disagree because our viewpoints are incompatible, and in agreeing to disagree, we also agree to like treat each other with respect as humans. And I think that that's an important and also I think that's a really important but kind of underlooked at the moment aspect of discussions and conflicts is like we don't always need to get on the same page at the end of we don't all need to think the same way, and it's okay if people disagree about things. As long as you agree to disagree respectfully and not to shame people for just thinking differently from you, unless, woo! Hey! Hey! Thank you, Gravel Tongue, for the 5 subs. Okay, well now I have to catch up with the chat so that I can read who got the subs. Gravel Tongue! Gravel Tongue, thank you for gifting 5 subs to the community, and welcome to the fold, Alter Hugo, Kate Keefe, RJ3, that's me, Rover Under, and Slay, yes mama! What great usernames, I love it. Instead of just bringing it up thoughtlessly to the tone of the conversation. Yeah. I think like, cause like, right, that's what the original point of the Devil's Advocate was, right? If we're looking at like philosophy courses, right? It's part of just examining an idea from all angles, which is a very valuable process. Examining ideas from all angles is incredibly important, actually. It's the only way that, you know, you'll find out if you have a blind side in your... Oh, maybe that phrase isn't good. But it's the only way that you'll find out if you have a, you know, if you have a perspective where maybe you haven't, you know, you've grown up with it and you haven't fully considered certain angles. You haven't been introduced to certain kinds of information about it and all that. New submarines, woohoo! Oh, Wonkith! Wait, how do Japanese people signal? How do Japanese people signal to each other that they're wanting to speak then? That sounds very interesting. I've never known that the signal is to take a breath before speaking. That makes so much sense. I mean, that's one of those things that like you intuitively pick up if you speak English, but like nobody's gonna. What is the part? Where is the dirt? Where is the dirt? Birdhouse? The birdhouse, the shed decoration, and a fence post. 2 fence posts, in fact. You don't know what it's like to be me? That sounds like they're trying... That sounds like... I mean, I guess I don't know. I don't know any of the conversations. It sounds like more they're trying to... Maybe they just don't have the words to express... That's a doghouse. It's not a birdhouse. They don't have the words to express what their actual problem is, so they just are like, well, you don't know what it's like to be me. You don't know what's going on in my head. Instead of being able to like kind of articulate where exactly the disconnect is. That's always kind of how I take it anyways, when people say that kind of thing. Or I take it as just like they're in a space where they're like maybe a little bit, you know, maybe they just need support. Maybe they're just struggling. They're dealing with something really heavy. And they're saying that because they're struggling with the emotional weight of it and they don't, you know, maybe they just need something different from the conversation. It could really be anything. I don't know. I don't know what kind of conversations you've had. Oops. Oh, get off Steam. Okay, there we go. Shed. Oh. Fence posts. Fence posts. Which fence posts? Aha! Where is the fence post I'm meant to be cleaning? I'm pressing the button to see the dirt, but I see no dirt. Are you the dirty one? 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 Are you dirty? No. Are you the dirty one? 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 Where the hell's the fence post? I'm pressing tab and I can't see anything. Maybe from this angle? Anyone? Ooh, there we go. Extra cleaning liquid and you mean I can buy cleaning liquid? Oh, look, there's a time lapse. That's hilarious. You're gonna see a very long pause where I didn't do anything. Or not. I guess you're not. Nice. We did it. I agree, Angel. Got it. I see what you're saying, Chase. I see what you're saying. They make the assumption that Man, you know what they say, assumptions make an ass out of you and me. Oh, there's a concept called aizuchi that encapsulates, oh hell, I'm definitely gonna be reading about that. That's my shit. I mean, that's my stuff. That's my stuff. Aizuchi. Yeah, I love this kind of thing. This is my favorite thing about learning about languages. I love this kind of thing. I love seeing how people do it in other parts of the world. It's fascinating thinking that if I had just grown up in a different place, I would be a completely different person because I had completely different beliefs about the world. Fascinating. That's usually when you feel the need to move on. Yeah, I feel like people who are in that place, Chase, are you know, I feel like, you know, sometimes people are in a crisis mode. I feel like you need to, you know, you need to feel safe in order to explore ideas from multiple perspectives. And right now with just kind of where things have been and just over the last 4 or 5 years, I can see why a lot of people are not feeling safe and why conversation everywhere has broken down. You know, it's hard to feel safe right now. And when it's hard to feel safe, it's hard to have productive conversations. It's hard to have any of that. Good night, Cece. I'm trying my best. Beyond the small words you say to indicate attention? Interesting. Okay. BRB cleaning the playground. Dirt finder. I've got a frankly ridiculous situation on my hands. You see, some of the local children have been coming down with a curious and unsightly form of dermatitis, and a few fretful folk have been putting it down to the condition of the recreational facilities. It's all nonsense, of course, but if we could just humor them and give the whole thing a thorough host down, I would be most grateful. That person sounds like they're in denial and children are getting sick. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Yeah, I agree. I mean, man, it all depends. I mean, it depends, you know? It depends on how close you are to that person, how long you've known them and all that. If it's just a person you've just met, I wouldn't do it either. Because I'm not, you know, I've been tapped before multiple times to be therapists for strangers. And, you know, that amount of emotional labor, that's something that I'm willing to do for my friends. I'm not just going to do it for random people off the street. I'm not going to do it just for people who are, you know, so, you know, all due respect, but I don't have the energy to just give out in that way as much as I would like to be an infinite source of respawning energy. So yeah, I feel that. At the same time, like, you know, you can have, sometimes, you know, people just hit a bad period. Oh, it tells you what kind of cleaner. What happens if I get clean? Oh, you get new power washers over time? That's interesting. Oh, it's 2,000 bucks. I don't have money for it. Damn it. I can't even upgrade my power washer. Metal cleaner, plastic surfaces, stone cleaner, multi-purpose cleaner. Sounds like I want some of that. I'll take some multi-purpose cleaner. I'll take one of each. We'll see where we go from here. Now let's go for multi-purpose cleaner. Is it just gonna be way easier to clean? Like, should I go to the biggest nozzle? Ooh, streaks. Streaking. Nice. The cleaner you have to keep buying. It goes fast. Well then, so why buy it? Does it actually clean faster or better? It kind of seems like it's cleaning faster. It cleans a bigger area on the type of thing it's meant for. Interesting. What do you say? Worth it? It's only $10, but then again. It's so dirty that it looks like nighttime down there. It doesn't work with the normal nozzles? It says that I'm running out of it in the top left corner. How do you... what nozzles? What nozzles would I have to use? I don't know that in the top left corner it's actually telling me that I'm cleaning, or maybe that's just telling me that the playground floor is that much clean. Good night, Reptile. Ah, thank you, Cece. I'll probably stop the stream sometime soon then. The game seems too complicated. I mean, if you want to, you can just use water on the floor. And that's a beautiful thing. Okay, mostly what I wanted to clean was this, so I'm gonna get started on cleaning this because this is the best one. Oh, it's so dirty. Oh my God. Why have you been letting the children play on this? Oh, what a terrible person. Can I climb up it? Ooh! Combo number. I didn't realize that this game was so popular. Can I go bigger? Cleaning, cleaning. Shiny and sparkly, safe for the children. But mostly I just wanted to see a big sparkly dinosaur. Oh, Sask, thank you for following. Enjoy your apprenticeship here. You know, until I started watching power cleaning videos, I never really thought about how dirty or clean a lot of the structures around me were. Why can't we just be cleaner in America? Oh, the soap nozzle? Oh, maybe I'm not using it then. I don't seem to currently have, maybe I can buy it. Maybe I can buy a nozzle. A spinning nozzle. While maintain, what? That sounds great. I'll buy that. Sure. Okay. Okay, let's try the soap nozzle then. Oh, I'm using multi-purpose. Oops. I thought I swapped to plastic cleaner. There we go. Clean it with soap. How fast do you think I'm gonna run out of this? I don't feel like I'm doing that great of a job of getting all the spots, but... Out of plastic cleaner. I was trying to go as fast as I can. And yet. Alright, well let me try this spinning turbo nozzle. This thing seems way awesome. Oh, this isn't... You know, when it said to clean a large area, this isn't really what I was thinking. So, I'm gonna go back to my basic nozzles. At that pressure, that is a large area. Oh, that's fair. What have the kids been doing? Do you think they've been mud wrestling? Do you think they've just been pooping on it? How much of this do you think is poop? All of it. Is this coming from people with experience with children? Oh, Jesus. Is this where I use the spinning nozzle? It is. Jeez, no wonder these kids are getting sick. This looks gross as heck. Your kids can play on it too. Oh, the ladies' restroom. I've heard that the ladies' restrooms are really awful. I've heard that. I've heard that that's a thing. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Yellow Ring. I'm sorry. That's all I can say. Of course not. Those people are so silly. That is a person in complete denial because they don't want to feel responsible for getting a bunch of children sick. You know what I mean? Who wants to feel responsible for getting a bunch of children sick? Nobody. Should you feel responsible if you probably did it? Yes, you should. You should. It would be hilarious if part of this game was having to pay the water bill, so you had to like balance out how much water you were spitting out and how much you were gonna get paid. I can guess what women do with the towels in a gym. I can guess. Well, here's the thing. I can guess what women can do with the towels in a gym, especially if that gym does not provide an easy and accessible way for people to have access to tampons and pads. This is one of the reasons why it's wonderful to have those dispensers. But, I mean, that doesn't always stop it, but I feel like that's part of the problem. Maybe I'm saying that as a person with no real understanding, though, so I'm just talking out of my booty. I don't know for sure. She is being responsible, you're correct. I mean, I don't even know if this is like her playground. I don't know whose playground this is. Oh, tampons are a luxury item, you're right. Condoms, you can get those for free. Tampons, though, luxury. We don't need them. Nobody looks at you funny if you walk around. Man, the world's so strange. I didn't realize you get to upgrade your equipment in this game. It's more deep than I thought. Right onto booty. Towels it is! Luxury. I don't even know how luxury that is. Those would get in the way of trying to move. Both should be free. There's no reason, you know. We should have access to those things, I think. It's better for the whole of society if people have easy access to those things. It's weird that these things are so dirty that it, like, literally doesn't even reflect light. Not taxed like candy? You know, I've wondered a lot of similar things, combo number. Honestly, Laudril High, I'm not surprised by that because that actually is not the first time. Cause like that's just a really it's amazing how common it is to like run into that problem where you're like, I need to go to the restroom, and like teacher, boss, whatever is like, no, and you're like, it is an emergency, and they're like, no, and you're like, I mean, if then we're all gonna suffer. I don't know what to tell you. Like, you know, like, sometimes you literally cannot plan or control that, and you cannot ever plan or control it. It happens on its own. Some people's are predictable, some people's are not, and sometimes they can change randomly at will. So even if they're predictable, they won't always be. I had a teacher who said cause like we had the talk in school, right? And so somebody was like, what do we do if like we need to go to the bathroom and like it's during a test or something? And they were like, just tell the teacher, they will know from the look on your face. Bad advice, man. They won't know. They won't know because like You know, when you have your very first period in middle school, you don't necessarily know what is happening. It just feels like you're wetting your pants, okay? You don't know what's happening. You're just like, suddenly you're like, what is that? You know, you don't know what it is. You're like, did I pee myself? You don't know. You don't know. Shine bright with your eyeballs. I've definitely been in classes where like a girl asks to go to the bathroom and the teacher's like, no, and then like pauses for a second and is like, well, do you really need to go? And the kid's like, and the teacher's like, all right, you can go. And I'm like, ah, good job, teach. Yeah, the teacher who did that was male, and I was like, good job remembering. Better have those expressive eyes. Yeah, people really do have very, very different ways of communicating. Some people just are not expressive, all right? Some people are just not facially expressive. Some people also won't argue with authority. What did you do, Frank? What did you do? It would be nice to have a flashlight in this game. No bathroom breaks for you. I feel like any school should have treated that as a you problem and not an as a school problem. Was the teacher who denied also male? Yeah. But I think that can happen to anybody, because you don't just have to be male. You just need to be somebody who's just forgetting about the needs of others, you know? Who's just forgetting that what is happening and like what is most important to you might not be most important to the other people in the room. I had a band teacher who, and he would say this like mostly jokingly, but he would say, you know, you're never allowed to leave a performance while it's in session of like an orchestra or a play or anything. You're never allowed to leave a performance while it's in session. It's so rude. And he would like, he kept saying like, oh, anybody, like I keep asking people to give me a good reason and they haven't given me a good reason. And I happened to be in the audience when, because like he was telling this to like an auditorium of people. He was my teacher, but he was giving that story. Anyways, he was telling the story to an auditorium of people, and like a woman raises her hand, and he was like, "Yes. When do you think it would be a good time to leave?" And she goes, "When your water breaks." And he had to be like, yeah, actually, that's a good time. I'm like, it's fine, but like, woo! I played the flute. I'm a flautist, not by profession. Oh, I hate that yellow ring. I hate that. Thank you for doing the hard work of cleaning, by the way. I think that the work that you're doing is incredibly valuable. Even if most people don't really act like it. I wish that we took better care of our stuff. I'm waiting for this stego slide to glisten and let me know that it's clean. I don't know where the dirt is left anymore. It's saying that it's not all the way clean. Oh, there we go. Won't let me walk under the stegosaur. Just glisten! Glisten for me! Beware the phantom of the playground. He's there. The phantom of the playground. Hey! Just needed to sing at it a little bit. Hey, glisten! That's very good, Wonka. That's very good. The floor absolutely needs to be washed, but I wanted the stegosaur. That's pretty much what I wanted. Wanted to make sure I got the stegosaur clean before we started winding down the stream. That's what. Counterpoint. MMO raid. 2 of the players were a married couple. They might need to leave the raid because pregnant partners' contractions were down to 10 minutes. If I was in labor, whoever is my partner is with me, all right? I'm not like, you can go play your MMO. No. Like, you're suffering with me. I'm not that kind. We should also pay the folks that maintain it better. I agree, Gravel Tongue. She's like, got him. Yeah. I am familiar. You have done I think a multitude of jobs while you've been around in the fold, Yellowring. All right, yeah. So we're gonna start winding down the stream because I've streamed for too long now. So let's swap over to IRL. And would you all like to share one good thing that happened to you today or one good thing you're looking forward to tomorrow? Oh my god, did I never turn on... I don't think I ever turned on the volume for this game so you guys couldn't hear it, which I guess that's fine. My good thing is that this stream was pretty fun and I have a cool new linguistics thing to look up after this. That's exciting for me. Just the same too? Gotcha. Yeah, that's fair. And then we'll go and we'll find someone to raid and spread the goodness onto. Let's see here. Yesterday you talked with a very good friend. That's nice. Linguistics thing? It's called Aizuchi. It's something about how Japanese people kind of communicate, from what I understand, either non-verbally or with like vocal tics and stuff in conversation to indicate like who should talk and that kind of thing. Something like that. I am not the person who knows the full definition. Oh, you definitely heard the whole time? That's good. Aw, that's great, Lewis. Oh, it's nice to see you. We're winding down the stream right now. I'm so sorry, but I'm glad that like we got to actually interact for a second. You did a great job at work, which you've been very much enjoying, and was told that you've been a great addition. Oh, that's wonderful, Gravel Tongue. Aizuchi is explicitly vocal. Okay, gotcha. The music was off? Oh, the music. There's no music in the game. At least as far as I'm aware, there was no music. But I was playing music on the stream, so hopefully you could hear that. I hope so. Yeah, we had a whole conversation about learning languages and stuff. Yeah, the game music. I don't think that there is any game music. At least like I've played it and I didn't mess with any of the audio settings and there was no music there. Just happy to even see me again. Oh, well, thank you, Lewis. I hope you're doing okay. I hope no. Don't worry. You can do it. At least you're not at work. Me trying to think of positive takes. Yeah. Yeah. I guess there's that. Yeah, well, you could hear it. Oh, well, that's good. Here, so before we go, bam. Those are some of my socials. Take a look there. I saw the head bob. I saw an Asian boss video about the head bob. They do like, it was very interesting. But I love the idea of like this meaning like, I love the idea because like you have yes, you have no, and then you have like that makes sense. It's very good. AC/DC all day. That would be accurate if that was the way that they were doing it. Let's see. Oh, this would be lovely. Okay, yeah. I'm gonna raid this person. I think that would be a good time. Oh my goodness. Are they playing? Is that? Okay. Well, that's what we're gonna be doing. Or should we? No, it's fine. Sorry. Anyways, so we are going to be raiding a friend of mine named Kiki Heels from the Rainbow Arcade, who goes by he, they pronouns, and is just a really like wonderful, positive, many positive vibes. So we can go in there, and it looks like they kind of just started. They don't have a lot of viewers yet. We can go in there and give them a good time. Before we leave, I do just want to give a shout out to the Patreon. We're finishing the book of Mice and Men this month, and the Patreon video that I just put out was a Final Fantasy character tier list. All characters from Final Fantasy VII through to Final Fantasy 15. With a lot of explanations, and I wasn't just ranking on whether I liked them, but whether I thought their character was used effectively, and like their character arc was good, and like, you know, narrative designy stuff. So that's on the Patreon. If you're interested in any of my narrative design videos, it's only $2 a month, and you get a lot of videos on like Final Fantasy 7 and R and 8 and the Phantom of the Opera and my creative process and writing and just lots of good stuff. So if you're interested, please take a look. I enjoy the Patreon, and I'm probably going to be relying on it more heavily in the future. So I appreciate everybody who supports me over there. And that being said, Of Mice and Men takes 20 minutes to read. Yeah, it does. It doesn't take that long to read. I don't know why you think that a short book means that it's not worth being part of book club. But that's one of the reasons that I wanted to read it, is because in book club, I read aloud the books to other people, so you can kind of read along and follow along, or it's like an audiobook if you want it to be, and then we do a live stream where we discuss the book afterwards. So yeah, that's book club. It's one of your faves? That's good. That's good. I have thoughts on it. I think that it's I think that it is I have thoughts on it that I'm gonna share in the book club videos. Yes. Yes. It was definitely a very interesting read. It was a very interesting read. And, you know, it's always good to evaluate books in the context in which they came out. I think that's very important. You have an MA in English? Yeah, I am a narrative designer and a writer. I have been a professional writer for over 10 years. And I also have a degree in English and creative writing, though not an MA. So let's do this. So we're rating Kiki Heels. Yes. Thank you guys so much for coming to the stream and hanging out with me. It's been a good time. I'm gonna go pass out, probably. That's probably what I'm gonna go do. Study German and then pass out. But I hope you all have a really good day. I hope you can spread the joy to Kiki. Kiki is playing Valheim, by the way, and from what I understand, looking at this, at least they say they're playing Valheim. It looks like they might be playing maybe Dead by Daylight instead. It looks like a different game. So I guess we'll see when we get in there. Yeah, we'll see when we get in there. But thank you guys for coming, and I hope you have a good time. over there. Nightbot doesn't have a sub anymore. All right, have a good night, guys. Rating in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and go.